Good evening, and welcome to tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. As always, before we jump into tonight's episode, we do have a few brief session announcements to get through. The first being a reminder that we have quiz questions available every Tuesday and Friday, located under the post section of our YouTube channel at Arcane_Adventures. And the second, a reminder in conjunction with those, we also release reports highlighting the most iconic moments of our session episodes, released for your laugh and enjoyment on the internet, totally out of context, as things should be. And those also release every Tuesday and Friday with those quiz questions. That is all the announcements for this evening, so let's jump into an episode of Arcane Adventures. And welcome back. Last we left off, Lorem Ipsum aboard an airship from Oshivester and Hydroxylvexin on their way to return to Provonere. It is where, aboard this airship, a few events transpired amongst our individuals, working out a few conflicts and perhaps progressing a few relationships, before returning to Provonere, only to find that the latest copy of the Hex Tribune noted some significant changes perhaps coming to the political landscape of Provonere, notably the dismantling of the Council of Provonere and the replacement in what is known as the Supervisory, comprised of two individuals, both from each of the governing nations of Provonere. After this, we were prompted to return to the Kosal Chateau, our estate on Consilas Hill, where Marigold Burrows introduced us to our Bastion estate workers that she has hired on to do various operations while we are away. And after giving them further orders and instructions, we ventured to speak with Officer Mox Flynn, who is now no longer the Grand Officer of the Red Shielders. It's just Mox Flynn now. But upon arrival at his abode, we found perhaps a heated conversation between the Senator, Onyx Miletus, who is a member of the Supervisory, and his good longtime pal, Mox Flynn, perhaps arguing about the nature of the perhaps not so tranquil takeover of the government and change of power in Provonere in the recent. Uh, but after kind of quelling that conversation a bit and Onyx disappearing, you all spoke with Mox a bit further about Project Acadine and also about the involvement of an organization tracking that one that was not only located in Provonere, also southward in Hydroxylvexin and Oshivester, and that being a member of that organization being the Shadow and her compatriots. After realizing that part of that conspiracy may entail the duplicate mechanicals that have replaced a few, or hypothetically, I should say, replaced a few of the now ex-council members in Provonere, and now the uncertainty in terms of security surrounding those people in Provonere that no longer have government protection from the Red Shielders no longer exist to supervise those perhaps dealings. Officer Mox, again, now just Mox, and Cleo Genorum decided to keep you and retain you on as private investigators into the situation, hoping to perhaps prove their innocence and that they are more than capable of handling, but do so in a private realm. But we, at least they, wish to escape town, at least for a few days while things blow over. And we decided to head to the east, or at least that is our plan, to head towards Pickle Pines, where a recent airship crash bears the mark of a eerily similar blue moon insignia found on one Tony's map that we located not but a few weeks ago when we found out he was perhaps connected to this criminal organization. And now looking to further expand our knowledge on what conspiracies may lie against Provonere and those people that are in those governments, we prepare to make haste and exit Provonere within the next 5 hours before what could be an assassination attempt befalls Madame Genorum and Officer Flynn, now both, again, retired or removed. So it is now where we pick up as we are leaving the state of Mox Flynn after him informing you that he will speak with Madame Genorum and you guys will meet at the Kosal Chateau, and also that he would relay a message to Professor Arcolets to meet you at the Kosal Chateau as well, revealing any updates he may have on the that you have tasked him to do on those artifacts. And with that, I believe we are planning to pick up where, amidst the rain outside of Mox's newly constructed front porch, we have a delivery to deposit a cube and perhaps get a bounty to take care of, and then in the next 5 hours meet Professor Arcolet's Cleo Genorum and Mox Flynn at the coastal chateau and make a jettisoned escape eastward before some terrible fate may occur. And that is where I welcome all of you to Chapter 6, Episode 9. Nice.
Oh. God damn it. Jeez. Chapter 6, Episode 9.
Oh. All right, Anna, let's go with the idea of your DM now.
Can I quickly slip back into Mox's house? Is he still in there?
Sure. Yeah, he's still in there. Y'all are like at the front door.
Yeah.
You may go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Just
Okay. Trying to do so stealthily, or are you just stepping away?
I'm just gonna like kind of hang in the back of the group, so as like everybody else walks out, I kind of just don't step back in. Kind of don't fully shut the door, but like leave it a little cracked, and then just kind of walk back to wherever Mox was at.
Sure. Y'all kind of said your goodbyes in his living room, or foyer area. So you step back inside, and he's still there, where you left him.
He's just standing there.
Yes.
You are used to lots of things, such as people and finding things and the whatnot being your, well, you were status of officer. So perhaps you would know someone or some way that I might try and find somebody, with the only thing I have being a letter sent.
I can do my best.
Do you know anybody, or maybe you can do the help? I'm not sure how exactly to go about.
I can attempt myself. I really have a staff to dispose to complete this task, so I can attempt myself if that is willing.
Yes, yeah, of course you can give try. But you also perhaps do not know any friends, even if it is not a staff, which is someone you can point me to who might help. If you cannot, of course.
Given recent changes, unexpected schedule shifts, now may not be the best time to try to call upon a favor, although I'm sure I could do that. But given that we only have limited time and I must at once speak with Cleo and relay a message to Arcolet's, I would not think that I have the time to call upon that favor. So if I can help you now, that would be the best I can do for the moment.
Sure. Yeah, I get it. I pull it out, hand him the letter.
He takes it over, flips it on its back, reading the second page, and studies it for a moment. His handwriting is very poor. So what exactly are you wanting me to ascertain?
If you have any idea how to figure out who this is. Because I've got no idea. But apparently they know who I am, and that is something.
Well, given the writing style, I would tell you to find someone that has a similar handwriting. It is signed by a V. I think that's a V. It could be an R, but it looks like a V to me. And the only person that I know that would also know you would be Vilas, Madame Genorum's now ex-secretary. But that may be unlikely, but I'm not sure. It is a very peculiar handwriting style, I will admit, though I have not seen one like it myself. But they do reference in your letter here that they must be quite close to you. So I would evaluate people that would know you well. It mentions some incidences that sound like, it was personal. So I would try to come up with maybe a list of people that might know you in that regard. I'm sorry, I wish I could do more for now, but we are low on time.
Yeah. Thank you anyway.
Yes, of course. Sorry I could not be more of assistance.
It's all good. Yeah, we'll grab it, put it back, and then walk out.
Very well. All right. The rest of the party. Sizik.
Where's Sizik? He's going to get caught by one of those exploding pigeons.
Paloma, it is then you realize that Sizik has run up kind of close to you. And all of you are moving. Where? Where are you headed?
As we established, cube, then I guess just back to the chateau if we have nothing else.
Sure. All right. Well, as you all descend into towards the Hex District, you didn't see many of these so-called Gilded Order members when you first arrived here in Provonere just a few hours ago. But as you get closer to the Hex, they become a little bit more prominent. Small order. Do seeing two of them, Skyport, dressed in a black uniform, gold trim, and if you wish to stay out of their way and out of their sight, which I'll let you guys tell me if that, then there may be some checks involved in that.
Should we perhaps not travel in such a big group to deliver this? I feel like that might be a little suspicious.
Yeah. Split up a little bit.
Well, I mean,
honestly,
at
not
least-
all of us need to go.
Yeah, just one or two. Could just drop that off and the rest go back to the chateau or do something else they need. Who actually has the cube? Paloma, right?
Honestly, Paloma and Sizik would probably draw the least attention.
Sizik's supposed to be dead.
But there's a fair point.
That assumes that they would know.
Well, only the red shielders are the ones that
But is that
believe
something
him
you
to be
you
dead.
want to risk? Not quite sure how much info they've gotten about what's happened.
They probably aren't that smart.
Mason, if I could,
Yes.
I would like to. You tell me if this is a possibility. I would like to attempt to essentially forge like a writ of passage. Just creating like a small thing that says, hey, don't bother these guys, they're under my employ, and I would like to copy the signature of Onyx Miletus from the book.
Yes. Fair.
Didn't she give us a thing already saying that?
Chancellor.
From the Chancellor, however, Onyx Miletus, as one of the actual people in charge here,
Right, my bad.
probably
Okay.
be a stronger.
So tell me what you would write first and how it would read, and then I'll determine the difficulty of doing that.
It would just say something like, under my authority as so-and-so, I hereby grant the members of Lorem Ipsum the ability to conduct a private investigation for the time span of, and I just write like today, or like probably yesterday, and like 2 days later.
Okay. And then try
Please
to
do not
copy
hinder
it.
their efforts.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a calligraphy check, if you will.
Want guidance?
You're not saying what you're writing out loud, right?
No, he's not.
Oh.
Just pulling out a sheet of paper in the
Okay.
book. I need to clear my dice tray.
Well, yeah, if you don't say it out loud, then I'm not gonna... I don't think, well...
Yeah, I would say this is probably out of the purview of guidance anyway.
Yep. All right, calligraphy check. So that's dexterity plus proficiency. 17.
17. Okay. So, it's decent. Try to mimic what the Chancellor wrote. in some capacity, the style, the political grammar and jargon. It's all right. It is not a great thing. If you were to flash it, perhaps it would be maybe taken well. But also, if someone just really read over this, they would probably be able to pick up. At least someone that knows his handwriting may be able to pick up the discrepancies between them. But nonetheless, you have made a copy on your way.
All right, we can use this in case someone tries to stop us.
What is this? Where do you write?
Just a quick little one of those fancy paper things that let you do things.
Fancy paper things that let you do things.
Yeah, it just says, hey, you know how there's like all these rules? Yeah, these people are exempt because they're working for me.
Who did you sign as?
Oh, Onyx. The guy in charge? The guy whose signature I took?
Didn't he say that they were doing similar to what the council was and no private investigations or something?
Yeah, but, well, they said that Mox was not authorized to have any private investigators. However, if he were the one to issue it, if they stop us, it might... Yeah, I don't think it will help us if, they bring us in, but, if someone just stops us in the street, it might, get them to get off our backs.
Fair enough.
In any case, it's a last resort, so to speak.
All right, so are all of you going towards the Hex district,
No.
or are some of you splitting up?
So it's just splitting up.
I mean,
Okay.
I assume Paloma will be one of the ones to take it, unless she wants to give it to someone else.
I'll take it.
Okay. Paloma is headed towards the Hex. Anybody accompanying her?
I'll go with.
Okay. Last call. Anybody else?
I'm not.
Everyone else
Okay.
come back to the chateau.
Okay.
We'll see y'all soon.
Am I allowed to go around the Cassilis Hill area on my own, or is that something that I have to we've kind of just gone around and
So it's less of you guys going. That's not necessarily off limits. It is more that if it appears that you're investigating, that's what Mox was trying to warn you about. That might draw suspicion.
Gotcha. Because we're investigating. Okay.
But you can just go visit my friend.
I'm trying to think about if Evadin's gonna go visit Afina Claremore since we're gonna be leaving in a few hours. It's better to just. Do I know, since I guess she's no longer a council member, would she be at the college or would she be
Do not know.
Okay. So they still have their same places, so I'll just I will mention to the group I'm gonna go visit somebody, and then something like, hey, I'm gonna go visit somebody before we meeting y'all. I'll meet y'all back up at the at our home.
Okay. Be careful.
Who are you meeting with?
I don't think I've mentioned that I have relation to Afina Claremore, right? That's something that I don't think I've mentioned.
I believe very early on, whenever she first met you outside of Arcalet's office, when you all met Arcalet's, except for you, obviously, Evadin, she made a reference that she knew who you were. Perhaps that's the only time that it's been, anybody maybe could draw that connection. Not explicitly said, but implicitly.
That sounds right, I think.
Yeah. I thought there was something of I thought because I thought we had another conversation where she was kind of like, "Does anyone know like our relation at all?"
Right. To which you answered no. But that does not mean that people could not infer things.
Yeah. Evadin definitely didn't say anything, but it's also the whole thing.
Yeah.
So that's more of just trying to figure out like before if I say anything. I'm gonna go visit Fina Claremorth, the ex-counselor.
All right.
Wasn't she one of
She's on the list, yes.
Just
Do you think going alone is the wisest idea?
If I go visit her with any of y'all, I think that'll be suspicious.
all right.
Um,
Don't get caught.
sorry.
How far is her place from the chateau?
It is evident you would know it is on the southern side of Consile's hill.
So the complete opposite.
Not all the way there, but yeah, it's down that way.
Yeah, it's kind of on the opposite side of the hill.
So if you get screwed, you're kind of on your own.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
we have the tracker crystals.
yeah.
Well, yes, but if we're at the shed, unless someone's staying outside, like right in the woods nearby, she's. I mean, unless it was you who can run. I don't know how fast, but fast.
I like to think I'm decently fast. Not as fast as Paloma.
Well, I mean, as if like unless she was waiting at the chateau and then could just book it back to you in case something happened. Unless one of us was staying nearby, I don't know if we could help you if something happened.
I think it'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. Everybody knows that.
I don't plan on mentioning anything about where we have been.
According to this, like, icosahedron that I just rolled, it will not be fine.
Did I can't remember if I had a conversation before we left for hydroxylvexin with her.
She had just gotten back, and yes, you did go talk to her.
Did I tell her I was going to hydroxylvexin? I can't remember.
I
I'll
think
tell you everything.
I think you told her that you were leaving, but I don't think you told her where. That'd be a Anna question.
I don't remember.
And it's like,
which
oh,
episode.
my
Oh,
job.
Lord Keeper!
Lord Keeper.
What did the other person say 3 months ago?
Yeah, what did I say like 3 months
In
ago?
that one particular instance.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how I spell her name, because apparently I've been spelling it 3 different ways.
I don't think I mentioned where I was going.
No, I don't. I have her office number.
I mean,
Mace,
let's
do you-
think about it like this: if Owunul didn't tell anyone, then Evadin did.
Yeah. I want to say you guys as a group had agreed not to tell anybody where you were going.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
So
I know
we'll
we agreed
just
to with
go.
Herbert
We'll
doesn't
just
tell anyone.
we'll just assume that mentality.
Alrighty.
Sounds right.
Because I was like, I don't think I did, but I
Yeah,
wanted
we'll
to
just
make
assume
sure.
that you did not.
Alrighty. Cool. Then yeah, I'll go.
Don't get yourself screwed.
Do do I know if she had like what type of like? Cause do I know her like classification of like if she's like a wizard or something like that or?
No, you do not.
No. Okay. I wasn't sure if I would have learned that with how long I've known her.
Yeah.
Or if I could roll for that.
You could roll insight, and I would let you try.
All right, let me roll insight then. Guidance.
Well, Sizik, you ready to head back to the chateau?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I'm probably not gonna figure it out from this, but oh, I didn't pull up the character sheet. Womp. Okay. Come on, internet.
It's the storm.
All right, that is going to be. Oh, I get to just treat that as a 10. I forgot about that. Oh, okay, this is a lot better. That's a 19.
19. Okay. You know that she has some magical capability, but beyond that, you don't know where it's from.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. All right. So Evadin splits off by herself to head to the residence of Athena Claremorth. Correct?
Yes, I'm heading off to the
Okay.
residence. If she's not
And
there,
then-
I'm just gonna.
Okay. And then Altrix and Paloma are heading to the Hex District. Sizik, Owunul, Pura, and Rancor will return to the chateau. Very well.
I'm obviously going as into disguise. If that wasn't obvious.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we've said anytime Rancor or Evadin are out going around, they're
Yep.
9 times
I
out of
started
10.
assuming that. Okay. All right. Well, let's split this up. Paloma and Altrix, you guys will go first. As you make your way towards the Hex District, again, I will ask: are you guys trying to be stealthy, or are you just walking?
At least be a little bit. And I don't think we should like be super stealthy because then I think that's suspicious in and of itself if we get caught. But like maybe we don't just like walk out in the open.
Yeah, just kind of sit to the side of the road. You know, stay with a crowd where needed.
Very well. Okay. Well.
So somewhat stealthy, I suppose, if you...
Yep.
On a scale of 1 to 5. Like a...
On a scale of
4.
1 to 5. Yeah.
Roll me a half stealth check.
Alright, I'll roll a d10, I guess. I don't...
All right. If y'all can make a stealth check, and then I'll get into those numbers in just a second.
Okay. Oh, wait, no. I rolled disadvantage on stealth.
Oh,
bummer,
no.
dude.
Yeah, okay. That's more
Does the-
accurate.
Does the rain drown out some of the sound his armor makes?
A little bit, but not much. I'll give you. Yeah, I will give you both. We'll say plus what I gave last session.
Plus what?
Let's do.
Oh, okay.
Plus one. Plus one.
Plus 1.
To.
All right,
Yeah.
you know what? At the end of the day, I'm a man with half plate walking down the road with a bazooka. I'm gonna be suspicious.
Yeah. Okay.
True.
Could be worse. 11.
17.
17 and 11. Okay.
It's gonna be 19.
As you begin venturing, do your best to kind of hide in the rain. You know, it's still daylight, just a little darker because it's overcast. You know, mid-afternoon. You can make your way through the Hex District. You see a few members of the Gilded Order, but you do not have any close encounters before you slip into the Hex District's kind of management office, where you know that the bounty or task to collect the cube and return it would be located at. You step once again back inside. The staff is significantly reduced compared to the last time people were in here. There's like a single secretary working like one of the mini desks, and there's like seems to be like maybe one management staff that might be located on the higher floor. But it's quiet and the building is dim, but it's open.
Is this the place?
I think so.
Okay. Hello?
Hi, we're here to sell a cube.
Oh, yes. And a dwarvish woman looks up at all of you, or the two of you. You said cube. Can you
Yes,
elaborate
a
on that?
gelatinous cube.
Oh, you must have taken on an opportunity to for the bounty that was posted a few weeks ago.
Yes.
I regret to inform you that we actually already have a gelatinous cube, and we've already begun cleaning out the sewer systems. The supervisory was one of their not top priorities, but they did come in and aid that. However, I do think that on my personal call, it would be beneficial to have a second gelatinous cube. That might be good.
I mean,
so,
like, the last one accidentally died, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, right. Those stupid adventurers that went into the sewers, they misinterpreted rat problem as kill gelatinous cube. But I don't know. I'm not incompetent. Yes, I can take it off. I don't know how much I can offer you. I think the original bounty was 1,000 gold pieces. I can do maybe 800.
Why?
Well, it's just that we don't necessarily need another gelatinous cube, so...
I mean, for now.
Okay. Are one of you trying to persuade her to increase? Which one of you is doing that?
I mean,
Shouldn't be me, but I can do it if you want.
I'm the one wearing half plate. Will I mean, it'd be a real shame if
Something happened to the...
something happened to the current cube and you really didn't have a backup.
And like,
Yes, that it would
it
be a
was hard for us to
shame.
find this one, so like, who knows
Yeah.
when the next time y'all would be able to find one.
They're not just out and about,
Okay, Altrix, make a persuasion check. Paloma, I am assuming you don't have the proficiency in persuasion to provide the help action. Okay, so just Altrix.
Okay. So does the dwarven woman?
Yes, it's a dwarven one, yes.
Darn.
Casually threatening to fucking kill the gelatinous cube.
No, kill the dwarf is what he's threatening.
What?
No.
No?
I said it'd be a shame if something
No,
happened to the cube.
I know.
No other bonuses. 19.
19. I mean, I don't disagree with your point. It is likely that, at any given point we could lose a gelatinous cube, so that's...
Yeah, and not to mention, you know how many adventurers are going to be showing up here now after the attack? People think this place is full of bad guys to fight now.
That is true. Okay, how about 900 gold pieces? Paloma's face just displays pure disgust.
I mean, because you're not, I don't know what the system down here is, getting a cube anywhere. We also have, we have it right here. You could have it right now. No need to wait for a delivery. You don't need to worry about, getting it out of the airship. We could just give it to you right now.
This one also comes with a magical box to shrink it and keep it contained.
So you have it contained in a smaller container than what
Exactly.
the
It'd go
10 by
right
10
up on
feet.
the shelf. No problem.
Just for use later.
And you're gonna give us the box too, to keep it there.
Not for 900 gold.
Paloma, make a persuasion check.
I will give advantage.
Okay.
Not the box.
Not the
What
box.
the fuck are we ever gonna use that box for?
Didn't it cost like 500 gold?
350.
It cost 350. It was gonna cost 500 gold, and they talked it down. But
Listen, I've already made up half of that.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, but from unrelated means. Therefore, it doesn't count.
Anna,
Thank you so much, Owens, for the advantage. That is a nat 20.
natural 20.
Do you
Minus
want to know
It
what the
always
other roll
happens.
was? An unnatural 1.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I suppose it happens. Okay. Well, I suppose you make some good points. What would you sell the cube and the box for? In a reasonable amount. I have a limited budget.
I mean, if 900 for the cube plus, you know, I feel like 900 for just the cube might be reasonable. So
I
with
think we
the
settle for
box,
900 for just the cube. The box.
so with the box, 1250.
I like to round things up, so how's 1300?
Sure, done.
No deal, 12.
Well,
Three,
okay.
take it or leave it.
Very well. 1300 gold pieces. And she turns around and then realizes that protocols have changed, and she's like, "Oh, can you wait here for a moment? I'm so sorry. I will have to go up to our safe to acquire those funds. We don't just keep them out. If you don't mind waiting here, that would be much appreciated."
Okay.
And this dwarven woman gets up and exits through a side door and enters into a back room. About 6 minutes or so pass. Now again, this is a multi-story building. Moving 1,000 gold pieces, even in platinum, quite a feat on its own. But opening the front door, because you did very bad on your stealth check, Altrix. Opening
It's
the
not
front
very
door,
bad. It's just
11,
normal.
11 is bad. A gilded order individual steps through the front door into the foyer, where the two of you are waiting patiently. And it is a female, appears to be human in nature, long, flowing blonde hair. Does there seem to be a problem? Is there anything I can do for you folks?
No, we're
We're
good.
just waiting on the clerk.
Right. We were kind of moving a little suspicious, so I figured I'd take a look.
What does moving suspicious mean?
Well, granted that this building is off limits to the public, as the staff have been removed thanks to the supervisory. Entering the building is suspicious movement.
It wasn't a sign on the door.
Didn't you enter the building?
I work for the government.
Oh, well, we have that in common, though.
Oh, you also work for the supervisory?
Well,
Yes,
no.
I'll
Oh.
produce the forged thing.
Okay. She's going to read over it.
Wasn't gonna jump immediately to that, but okay.
Yep. Okay.
Use it or lose it.
Nah, man, we're here to sell a cube.
So about this time, the dwarvish woman comes back the doorway and sees the guild officer, and her eyes go very like, "Oh crap, what have I done? Like I'm about to get hot or something." Oh, don't mind me. I'm just going to take a look at some paperwork. And unrolls the parchment and begins to read over it. Gets about halfway through.
Can I?
You forgot to cross a few of your T's.
I'm sorry?
Senator Onyx Mavidas doesn't ever forget to cross his T's in a very particular pattern.
Well, I mean, he didn't write it personally. I mean, it was like he had like this other person there. They wrote it, then he, I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all
Right.
not have auto pens?
Yeah, there's like I saw it at the college. They have like these floating pens. They'll just write for
Quiet,
you and
please.
you talk.
That's enough. And she
Could have just
turns
been
to
here
look
to
at the
sell
floor.
a cube.
Dwarvish
I mean,
woman.
we are doing that.
Dwarvish woman kind of looks up, a little guilty looking in the eyes, but does her best to cover for you as best as possible. Officer Ithrinius, I assure you, these individuals are here on authority. They took up a deal prior to the supervisor coming into effect, and I am under obligation to honor that deal. They have payment for a deed they have done. And I will roll persuasion and insight against two NPCs.
You're rolling against yourself.
I am. I sometimes could do that. All right, that's a 15 and a 19 on the die. 19 for the persuasion, 15 for the insight, plus stuff. But very well. You two stay out of closed property, though. and takes the forged document and exits the chamber quickly,
Hey,
making
you
sure
won't
to give you an eye over before she leaves.
apologize for the trouble. You won't see us again.
Good.
Is there a sign on the door, Mason?
No, there's not.
Yeah, then she can
Man,
fuck off.
what's up with these government buildings? You're not allowed to enter, but not having said you're not allowed to enter. Come
I
on.
thought we've established the government here sucks.
Yeah, but it was also in Oshivester they had that.
Anyway, dwarf, you have to be very cautious about around Officer Ithrinius. She does not mess around. Takes it very seriously.
Officer,
All right.
spell her name?
Ithrinius, Ithrenias.
Thank you.
Well, here is your payment in platinum. Easier to carry that way, and she hands you a small wooden chest that contains 130 platinum pieces. And stay out of trouble, please.
Thanks.
And for the record, this building is not necessarily off limits to the public. It's just odd when I think the Gilded Order sees people entering here, given that the Hex supervisor is no longer in power. So our office means nothing, technically.
Oh, well, that's just rude.
It's fine. But the two of you have a good day. And if I need any cubes captured, I'll be sure to notify you.
I
mean-
give her the box and the cube.
Okay. This is quite heavy. Wow. And she places it on a shelf.
It has a 10-foot cube in it, so would
Yeah,
assume
I know
so.
that. I know that. And she places it on a shelf. She's like, almost opens it to take a look, and it's like, no, I should wait. And she places it on the shelf. All right.
I could have
nonetheless,
given her an empty box.
I was about
Yeah,
to say
you
she's not gonna check if it's an actual cube in there.
Right.
It's only a
nonetheless,
9-foot cube. Haha.
Crazy. The two of you can then exit, and Evadin, we cut to you strolling to the southern side of Consilas Hill, where you approach the residence of Athena Claremorth, now ex-counselor. Her station, given the university, unknown at the time, but as you approach a familiar estate, it is dark. There are no, there's no light source from inside that you can see for the windows. But you
No
make
light
your way towards
sources,
the
no
front door.
nothing.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I would just knock on the door like I usually would.
Okay, you knock on the door. There is no response. After a bit of waiting, you knock again. Again, no response.
Is this something I would say is unusual? Or
I mean, everything's unusual, right? Given the current changes in Provonere, so yes. But also unusual might be to be expected.
yeah, it's more of like, is this unusual for like? You know, it's like the whole thing of like sometimes you can expect certain unusual pattern and behaviors because of big changes, but like, is this something that may be within that unusualness?
Make just a general intelligence check for me.
Okay, I'll use guidance. That is going to be a 14.
14. You know, it is within working hours on a weekday. She could be working at the university, but also you don't know if she's still the dean of the university anymore, given that kind of authority was tied to her council seat. So, I mean, you're not quite sure. You can chalk it up to being she might just be out working right now. Maybe not. Now's not a good time. Or you can take it the other way and say, I'm either going in or kind of have three different options.
Is there any quick question for things? Is there any like does she have any people who usually work at her estate?
Yes, usually. However, just like with Mox, those people no longer seem to be employed by them, as they don't have the funding to do that.
Okay, thought so. How do we feel about me going, doing a little bit of sneaking around, y'all?
They're not here to answer that question, so
Hey, I can ask how. I can
you can
ask.
use
Like,
you can use the chatter crystal and communicate your
Please
plans, or
don't.
you could just do.
I can use the chatter
Yes, you
crystal. I
use
can.
one of these
Okay,
chatter
I'm
crystals.
not. I am more asking if like they want. They would like because it's. I don't know if I'm gonna get anything from it, so I'm asking the other players if they are okay with me taking the time to do that, or if they would rather get to other stuff.
Shit.
I think you can sneak in quickly.
I agree. I know the layout of the place, so roughly at least. All right, I will. I'll go around back.
Head around to the back door. It is also locked.
Do I know which door happens to be easier to break into? Like lockpick?
Why would you know this?
No, probably
guarantee.
not. No, you probably would not.
I don't know. I feel like Evadin is the type of person to know, like, has probably done this before. Probably not enough to know fully.
Make a history check. We'll do it that way.
All right. That is going
I
to
guess
be
I just know which door of my friend's house is easier to break into.
Yeah. That's a dirty 20.
20. All right. You don't necessarily know which door is kicked down or lockpick or anything of that above, but you do know that on the second floor, she always keeps a window unlocked specifically so that you could sneak in to the house if you ever have. And so up on the from the front, it'd be the left side of the house, but on the back.
I mean, I'll go over there and sneak in through that window then.
Yes. So I'll need you to make an acrobatics check to climb up onto the second floor of the building.
That's gonna be that's a what is that number? That is a 26.
26. Okay. You step in, or you climb up the house, but then you find that window. It is unlocked. Step in. It is unlocked. Okay, normal.
Alrighty. How is it? So you said it's dark in there, right?
Yes, it is dim.
It's dim. Assume there's probably some candles in here. Can I, is there like a little, oh, I guess I probably have a candle. Do I have a candle in my backpack or like a
Sure.
something? I don't know. I have something that probably gives me some sort of light. So I'm just going to use that to light. I probably have I have a candle. Okay, cool. So I use a candle. I'm going to, kind of light the candle with prestidigitation, and then I'm going to just start kind of like looking around going to her like her office area and then kind of looking around a bit to see if there's anything.
Sure. Yes, you begin to navigate around, enter into her office, looks normal. She's pretty good about keeping things in shape. Things are organized, well kept. Stroll through and find the bedroom. Looks normal. To your knowledge, she made her bed every day. It's made today.
Doesn't look like someone who's moved out or had to rush out or
Nope.
anything like that, or any issues.
No.
Does it look lived in, or does it look like it's been kind of dust settling after like people not being there for a bit?
There are areas of dust settling. Yes, places that a group of house staff would have kept tidy, but because there's no house staff. But it does look lived in. It looks like people have been here recently, but nothing other than that on the second floor, at least.
I'll start sneaking my way down to the first floor.
Okay. Step down the spiral staircase into the foyer of her abode. through the living room and the kitchen area. No signs of life. As you near one of the storage closets that you know actually is not a storage closet, it's actually a stairwell to the basement. The door is slightly ajar, and a faint glow of candlelight flickers and dances off the cobblestone wall. From
I will
beyond the
snuff
curve
out my
of the staircase.
candle,
Okay.
and I'm gonna try to sneak down there.
Okay.
Stealthily, of course.
Make a
so
stealth
I will-
check.
Yeah,
Yep,
I
make a
will
stealth check.
That is going to be a 24.
Have fun listening
All right,
to
sorry.
that one.
Right. Sorry, folks. We've been experiencing some technical difficulties. We are good, though, for now at least. Evadin, as you descend into the staircase into the basement, there is a flickering candlelight that seems to be sourcing from a table, although there doesn't seem attendants nearby or any people that you could see, just the table itself and a flickering glow of candlelight.
Can I tell how long the candle's been going for?
Make an investigation check.
Nat 20.
Okay. 1 hour. It's been burning for less than 1 hour.
I see. Someone was here recently.
Also make a perception check.
That is going to be an 11.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Right. Sorry, no, a 12. I have a this character has a +1.
Okay. As you begin listening, only ever so faint, but from perhaps the opposite side of the chamber, there is another door that is slightly ajar. This one is a thick metal. You've recalled seeing the door here before. Never stepped on the other. It's always been closed. But you can hear a hauntingly familiar voice sourcing from the other. I am not playing around. If you know where my daughter is, tell me now. I will not spare you. To which there was a response. Like I have said, I do not know where Evadin is.
Oh no.
And I need
Oh,
you to make
no.
a stealth check.
Another one?
Yes,
Oh god.
another one.
That's going to be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Owens, it appears we were both wrong. It's worse.
You hear the sound of a slap, like a hit, as a hand makes contact again. I do not need to repeat myself and remind you of my station over you. Sir, I am acutely aware, but I do not know where I've seen her in 3 weeks. I don't believe you. I promise you, I have not seen her. Or her brother. They left town. They did not say where they were. That's all I know. And I've told you that many times. Silence! You are not aiding and answering my questions. You're evading them. Should you recall where you last saw Evadin, I think it best that you let me know. Or we'll be having a very different conversation tomorrow. And then the sound of footfall in heavy plated armor approaches that door.
Is
And
there
you
any
have-
boxes I can hide behind?
Yep, you better hide.
I'm hiding behind boxes.
Yep, okay. Alright, I need you to make a stealth check. Again.
Okay.
Another one.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. Rolling a lot of nat 20s, wow. Alright. You dive behind some crates, quietly trying to blend in with the shadow. And none other than your father, Honor Dazav, the Vicarant of Helm. What steps through the doorway, grabs the candle, snuffs it out, and slams it back on the table. Oh, good. Okay. And then exits and upstairs.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna give it like a couple minutes. I'm gonna wait a couple minutes until I can kind of ensure that he's gone. And then I will, is the door to that, obviously a Phoenix Claremorph is in, locked or unlocked? Or open?
It is ajar.
Ajar. Can I, sneak my way in there?
You may certainly try.
I will try. Am I stealthing again?
Yes, you will.
Okay, that is going to be a dirty 20.
Okay. All right, you step through into the chamber. And not tied to a chair, but with her hands kind of draped back as if gone through some traumatic experience recently. He is a Phoenix Claremorph.
Does she notice me, or does she just,
She does not seem to acknowledge you enter.
Okay. Does she look like she's been, like, super tortured and such, or just more, like, slapping and, like...
A couple of slaps here and there, but no, no torture.
Can I do a... have the spell, or do I need to... What type of check would I see if I could check if, like, there's, like, some way I'm gonna get detected by magic? Like,
Arcana.
Arcana? Alright, I'm gonna roll an Arcana check to see if there's any, like, thingies that I can that is gonna set things off. That's gonna be a 11.
11. You have no idea.
Alright. Gotcha. Well. Have I heard any noises coming from upstairs at all, or no?
You heard the sound of the floorboards creak. Sounded like
Did I hear like a door slam or anything?
a faint slam, but yes.
Okay. Alright. So at the very least, he's either doing a really... Because if he knows I'm here, then he's doing a really good job hiding it, or he does not know I'm here. So, not something really evident could...
He is a Phoenix.
What?
He is a Phoenix Claremorph.
Oh! Alright, anyway, I will... Is she awake, or is she kind of, like, out of it?
She's awake. She's awake. She just hasn't
still
noticed you stepped into the
disguised.
chamber yet.
Yeah. I will, I will walk into, like, kind of like her line of sight, not trying to be less stealthy.
Okay.
I am
I need you to-
disguised, so.
I need you to make a perception check. And if you roll high enough, then there will be a split second to something else.
Okay. Nat 20.
Not 20. Goodness gracious, Jake. So many.
I know, I'm like, wait, what?
Save
You
some
can
for
tell
us.
I
you
know.
can tell that she is incredibly startled already, and stepping, even doing startle her, you're going to. There is a that is about to escape her lips, and you have but a reaction to put it into that.
I'm gonna, I will like cover her mouth.
Okay. Blast her hand over. And she, because again, you're disguised. She has no idea who you are.
Do I have a way? Well, no, I actually don't want to let her know, and I will just be like, I'm here to help you out.
Hmm?
I will be like, I will remove the hand. I would be like, don't scream. I'm here to help you out, and I'm gonna remove my hand from the thing.
What are you doing here?
I came to check on you.
How did you get into my house?
I got in through one of the entrances in.
I'm fine. She begins to dust off her clothing. Sit up a little straighter. And who are you?
What's up?
And who are you?
I'm not sure it's a good idea for me to answer that at the moment.
An answer in itself.
Yes.
Then what
As I
brings
said,
you here?
though, I'm here to
Other than to
help you
check
out.
on me. With what? I don't need any help. I'm fine.
Isn't she just tied up?
No, she's not tied up. She's just sitting in.
Oh, I thought she was tied up. I misunderstood that.
No.
Well, I heard what just happened there.
Probably best you don't repeat that. And I think it best you leave. I don't need any more. None at all. And she stands up.
I'm like, why do you let him do that to you?
It's none of your concern. She begins to exit. Grabs the snuffed out candle. And then waits at the base of the stair. And gesture.
Follow.
You first.
Not very trusting, are you?
No. No, I'm not.
Fair enough. I will go first then. I don't say that a lot, but I'm saying like, I'll walk up.
Alright, she follows you. And entering into the living area kitchen. I don't know who you are. I don't know how you got here. I don't know how you knew I was here. I don't know if you're a spy. And every fiber of telling me to turn him in. But I won't. Because I'm tired of this horrid scandal.
Yeah, I can tell. Especially after witnessing what just happened. I haven't been at Provonere for a long time, but this seems lots has changed. What?
We can't hear you, Mason. You're cutting out.
Oh no.
Okay, how about now?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, great. Yes. Yes, a lot has changed.
Do you mostly be hanging out here, or do you still have your... I know you used to be the dean, of course, of the college. What did she say? What did you say?
Watch the actual.
Hello?
What does that have any concern of you?
Fair enough. I said, I came to check up on you, see how you're doing. Seems that I've gotten my answer.
If you have no further business in my house, please exit.
Okay then.
As you get to the front door, she's about to let you leave. And if you know anyone named Evadin, forget that name.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Make a deception check.
See, I don't even know if I want. Oh no, I'm gonna make a deception check. That is going to be a. Yes, I do. That is going to be a 17.
Okay. Well, have a good day.
You as well.
The door behind you
Mhm.
to exit back into the rain.
Do I see anything outside when I get outside?
Just rain. That's it. Do you return to the Korthals Chateau?
Yes, I will do so.
Okay. Well, we'll say it has taken a decent while to walk across town to the Hex District and come back for Paloma and Altrix, so we'll say that it's been, an hour and a half or so. Probably 2:30 now, or 2:45 now, by the time all of you reconvene at the Korthals Chateau. Welcome back, everyone. Is there anything I can do for you? You all look quite stressed as Marigold Burrows is setting tea for all of you in the dining room.
I mean, I'm fine. I'm just wet.
Right.
Which, speaking of, I'll just presentation, everyone, dry.
Yeah.
Spasiba.
Very well.
Thank you.
Just the tea. That would be nice.
Okay, well, please, I'm just over here in the kitchen if you need anything. And she departs. So,
I was
So,
like, actually, I have a question.
yes.
I don't know if this was actually asked earlier, but I'll ask now for me. So, has anyone visited in the past since we've been gone?
Yes, a few times. Mox, keep wanting to say officer, but it's just Mox now. Stopped by quite a few times to check on progress to handle the reconstruction efforts back when the Council of Provonere was still, well, the Council of Provonere. And there have been a few people that have stopped by asking for aid that we have sent some of the guard to take care of. But nothing out of the ordinary, I don't think.
Gotcha. No, like seemingly really high rank officials, other than, well.
No. The deed to the property is listed under the name Lorem Ipsum, not under any of your personal names, if that is what you're worried about.
Yeah, that's all.
Right.
So how'd everything go?
Is there anything else you need from me before I depart?
No, thanks.
Okay. Right. Well, enjoy your tea. And she closes the door.
Shoot, I didn't do the math on how much everybody gets.
So it was 130.
Mm-hmm.
So divide by 7.
Well, not exact, because minus 35 to pay off. Well, we sold the box.
We did
I had to
something.
pay off the box. Yeah. Okay.
How much is everyone getting?
Everyone gets 18 platinum.
18 platinum. Awesome. Seems the selling of the cube went well.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Turns out I'm actually very persuasive.
Did you haggle?
I
Right,
did.
Paloma. Right.
How much more did you get?
Well, so it was originally 1,000, and then she offered us only 800 because they already have a cube. And then we were
Bullshit.
like, "Well, what if you need a backup cube? What if something happens to this cube and you need a backup?" And she was like, "No, yeah, you're right." And we were like, "Well, also it comes with this real fancy box." And so we talked her up to 1,300 gold, and she gave us 130 platinum.
Wow. I am actually impressed. You somehow bargained higher than what was originally promised.
Well, we also sold a box.
Well, true, but considering she took it down 200 from the original price, that's still pretty good.
Thanks.
And Evadin, how did everything go for you?
I didn't really get to catch up with Fianna Claremorth too much.
Was she not there?
She was, but it wasn't really. She wasn't really available to talk.
Okay.
While we're in Provonere, by the way, I will tell you that it is very much the utmost importance. Even more utmost importance. Pretend you don't know me.
We
You have to
don't know
confirm-
you.
Yeah.
We know your name, that's about it.
You definitely know more than I mean in the sense of you don't know where I am, you don't know what I'm doing, whatever. If you ever get approached and asked about it. Unless it's
You don't
someone
even have to
who
worry
you
about
trust.
knowing all of that information is your brother.
Yeah, I know.
I think there
All
was
right.
More of a much bigger push on that is what I mean. A much bigger emphasis on don't say anything. I'm gonna make sure to tell Owunul.
He is right there in the room with all of you.
Okay, he's here. It's like, yeah,
Yep.
Owunul, don't say
I
anything
make
to
no
anybody.
promises for Owunul, but
What if we go back and buy back that box and just stuff your dad inside of it? Problem solved.
I don't know if that's how the box works.
I thought you were going to say stuff Owunul in the box.
That
would
also
be
works.
funny.
I mean, if it can fit a 10 by 10 giant cube in it, it can surely fit a man.
What if we make the box like my hat? We can just pull Owunul out of the box.
Imagine we could do that. That'd be funny.
I think the ability to summon Owunul is a great sin upon this world.
No, it'd be great because then we could pull him out of stupid situations that he puts himself in.
Yeah, but then it insert him into the current situation.
Well, hopefully. I mean, is it not the reverse that we could put him in the box and he goes someplace random?
We threw the box someplace where, yeah.
I don't know what happens if we push Sizik through the hat.
Yeah, wait, what happens if we push this through the hat?
What do you mean?
Could we not find out?
Like slowly grab my hat.
I will throw my hot tea at you.
Slowly puts it back
Wait.
on my head.
Wait, just put on the hat. Let's see what happens.
On a more serious note, so what's our plan once we get to Pickle Pines? Just look for the airship and investigate? Because I'm worried considering experience with these people. They seem to like giving us red herrings. Like at the festival, we were there trying to defend the festival and the council members while they used that time to go and kill
I,
Miss Tylexia. What's to say? This is
considering that the wreckage was found with their insignia, I don't think that this was planned.
Also, do we think that that's the same people? Like, the Crescent Moon is the same people as
Well,
the
it was
people
on
that were
Tony's
responsible for the attack?
map. We haven't seen anyone sporting the symbol, or we haven't seen it we didn't see it around Karamira's
No.
places, right?
No,
We've
Only
not seen
one
it
time.
anywhere else.
One time with Tony.
Well, and that's why, I mean, I think that they're two separate groups.
Well, that's what I was going to think is who would be attacking, assuming this isn't a planned diversion, who would be attacking this group?
Maybe it's Karamira's group.
Not to mention, there's always mechanical failure. I've looked over some of the base designs for a lot of those flight machines, and they're okay, but there are problems with them.
Well, wait. The document said that Karamira basically took up Gavavar's role as leader, or
No, basically took over his operations in Oshia Western Hydroxylvexin. It seems that she was always the leader.
okay, so she's the leader of that group.
Yep.
And according to the date for the whatchamacallit, the ship went down after we killed her. Right.
Yes, that would be correct.
I guess we could look at the wreckage, but then also, I'm thinking that if we ask, is there people in Pickle Pines? Or do we
You
not know
never-
that?
There's pickles.
You can roll
Or
a history
what I
check.
know. Okay.
Yeah, you can roll a history check.
Yeah.
Well, if we're going on the basis that there are two different groups, the Bright Shadows group and this blue
12.
moon, this blue moon group, then
The other thing I'm kind of curious about is if this ship, like, if this ship crashed there, I'm wondering if if that ship had passed by Pickle Pines before, especially with the big moon crest on the side of it. So maybe we can ask some of the people of Pickle Pines and ask around and see if they have seen the ship before or know anything else.
I mean, it crashed in the pines, so
did the newspaper article say if it was if the ship was heading north, like it was going over?
it did not.
Okay.
Did not specify.
The only unless anyone knows better, the only civilization I know or people near there I know is Rancor, the floating island thing.
Yeah,
Flores is also directly north.
Yeah, and south of Pickle Pines is Salsura.
I got a 12. That
Yeah.
anything?
Yeah, so you, whenever you were traveling with Crater and Yazira, did travel the Royal Road, that being the road that connects Elitar Bay all the way to Brontero, passing through a number of settlements, including Straxorus, Burn, High Rain, Kalefall, passes by Phyrexia, so on and so forth. Archaeum also being on that road. There is a road that you remember passing by just for the 12. You're not sure where it went, but you can infer that it led on to Salsura, passing through the Pickle Pines. But the pines are just a forest that is named that way. You don't recall necessarily a settlement being within the pines, just one on either end, that being Straxorus to the north and Salsura to the south. And then, like Rancor said, if you check the map Paloma has, you would also note the floating island of that houses the city of Angkor, or pronounced properly as Anchor, like a ship's anchor, just misspelled.
Got it.
A lot of misspellings on this map.
That was that one was intentional.
Well,
How long do we have until
Whether-
they're supposed? Sorry. How long do we have until they're supposed to arrive here? Like 3-ish more hours.
Like 2.5.
Okay.
whether this Blue Moon group is a separate organization or possibly a part of the larger whole serving this man. They did mention how there's different sections that don't communicate with each other. So could that be that that's just a symbol of part of it?
I guess my biggest thing with them, because whenever we broke into Tony's house, he had something on all of us, and so it just makes me think that this is just a different group.
Not really.
I mean,
Poss-
I don't know.
Possibly. Again, either separate, compartmentalized. They are after us specifically, so we have all the reason in the world to put a stop to them.
I know you said the Bright Shadow people didn't have that symbol on them or anywhere. Did they have any other kind of symbol?
There is the symbol that Ulsa showed you all. That was marked once or twice in areas that you can recall. But their employees didn't wear a symbol either. And
But
just
that symbol was on stuff related to their
a few
organization.
things. A few things.
The symbol
yes.
of the bright shadow.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Yeah.
If it's not a stretch to say that that moon is a symbol for another group.
Yeah, perhaps each group has their own. I
So
mean,
two.
to be fair,
Okay,
the symbol of the bright shadow has a crescent moon on it.
Yes,
does.
this is true. This is true. Check references. Also, to clarify, just one thing from sessions gone past now. The symbol of the bright shadow is unique to Karamira, not necessarily her whole organization. That is crucial to note.
Well, it
Ulsis-
doesn't help that she's called the Bright
Ulsis-
Shadow, and her
yes,
group is the Bright Shadow.
And the image
Well,
is labeled
that's-
as insignia of the bright shadow.
Yeah, that being the person. Ulsis did misspeak a little bit, and I do want to clarify for the knowledge of the players that the Bright Shadow is not necessarily an organization; it's more reference to the person. And he said organization, but that's okay.
Okay, so there's no Bright Shadow organization.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify.
Because when I heard that originally, I was like, that is very confusing.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
Well,
We met like a day before we had the session. And I was like, okay, this is all things you need to know, and he may have. It's okay.
all right.
Give him a little slack. It's all right.
Well, it's unlikely Gavavar is related in any of this. That
He's
leaves
the Bright Shadow.
Oh, she's dead. That would leave at least people we know of being Wolfan, the Shovel, who he was in charge of factory mineral specialist, and Alzal,
As is all.
that.
Yeah.
The titanium blade investor and assassin. Aside from Oshivester Hydroxylvexin, is there any other major factory, workshopy towns?
None that you would know, but I will let the group make a history check to see if any of them can recall anything.
I don't single me out.
Yeah, I will single you out.
Can Osen make a history check?
You know what? Yes, he can. I'll roll for Rosen.
Man, even Owens gets to this is bullshit.
You haven't been to a town that has factories.
Am I able to make a history check?
You can, though you can make it a disadvantage. And
Alright.
Paloma and Sizik, you can also make yours a disadvantage. Because,
Can I make one?
yeah,
You're
you can
telling
make
me.
one.
You're telling me. Fuck.
On the bright side, the disadvantage didn't do much because it was one lower than the other. On the downside,
Yeah, the disadvantage
That's
didn't
2
do
and a
much
3.
either.
Okay, so Altrix doesn't know crap.
Well, hey, with history, it's a 10.
Yeah, don't know crap. Like I said.
12.
Paloma, Sizik, 12? 5? Yeah,
Well.
neither of you know anything either. Evadin and Pura.
You said history, right?
Yes.
All right, that is going to be 17.
4.
14. 4. Okay.
Would Ozen roll?
I'm not going to tell you that. He's an NPC. Perhaps I shouldn't have made you all roll with the disadvantage, but you all deserve it. For sure. This is your payback for not spending enough time in a settlement you have already passed through. But Ubenberg, as it is pronounced correctly, is a factory city. You were there, but no one spent enough time to notice that. So Evadin and Ozen have to team their brain together and be like, wait a minute, we've literally been one place that has factories.
Yeah,
I don't recall a city named Ubenberg.
Yeah,
Yeah.
screw you.
Nothing goes on
But I
there.
think we
So-
did travel through a town called Ubenbergo.
Yeah.
That's the one.
It was Ubenbergo.
Yeah.
Ozen,
you guys
Evadin, you're clearly misunderstanding.
You guys have disadvantage on your next roll.
Damn it.
For whatever it is. I'm serious.
Mason, can I do a handstand and make
No.
an acrobatics roll?
No, you cannot. Y'all
Wow.
awful.
Just shutting down players. Bad DM.
Yep, exactly. Well, don't make fun of my lore that I spent a long time writing. So,
It's D&D. We're gonna
It's
make fun
not
of it.
lore.
yep, it is lore.
It's a name.
That's lore. Okay.
Well, back onto the topic of that symbol. I highly doubt it. But before I lost my sight, is it possible I may have seen it once?
No, it's not.
Okay. Hey, I had to try.
It's a fair ask. I'm just being honest with you. I don't want you rolling and then being like, well, that roll got me nothing, because there's nothing to learn.
It was a nat 20. God damn
It doesn't matter. You don't know.
it. No, I know. I just wanted to see what I would have rolled.
Yeah,
He
it's okay.
double doesn't know.
Yeah, you extra don't know.
Well, aside from a possible lead to Ubargo,
You also have disadvantage on your next skill check.
damn it. I guess
Ubenberg. It's pronounced Ubenberg.
I guess
Ubenberg?
going to Pickle Pines is the only real lead we have.
I mean, Abaglio was pretty dumb. I don't want to go back there. I guess, yeah, Pickle Pines.
Altrix, do you have any inspiration points?
Unfortunately.
You lose them.
Okay.
He's gone mad with power.
Worth it.
Here's the thing. If I had mispronounced it and not a player just not being able to read a map, that would be one thing, because then, you guys can make fun of me because I said beat off that one time. Sure. But because I didn't make that mistake, and it was somebody else, don't make fun of something that I spent a lot of time rolling and making for. At least not while we're on camera.
If I pronounce it right, can I get a reward?
No.
Oh,
And we're gonna drop it there.
Like a reward.
Anyway, moving forward. With a lead possibly in Pickle Pines, is what you were saying, Rancor.
I feel like that's the only option we have. Unless the gods themselves bestow upon us some random sign of something.
And with that, there's a knock on your door.
Oh shit!
They're early. It's not them. Blow it up. Detonate the mine on the porch.
Like,
Attack pigeons, go!
Yep. Tick.
Tick.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Oh, and I'll start praying.
Answer the door.
It is Professor Larson Arcolets. I came at once. I heard that it was an urgent matter.
Of sorts. Sort of.
Right. I know Janorum and Mox Flynn are quickly behind me. They were finishing up a conversation. I met briefly with them. They filled me in a little bit on the situation, but sorry that it took us a while. May I come in?
Come on.
Do you tick?
So, I don't think so. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but
That's enough.
okay. He steps in. Is there a place that we can speak more private? I have some updates. I'm sure you're curious.
Do we have a basement?
You're
We
around.
have it upstairs.
And upstairs. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a study. You can go to and close the door,
Exactly.
or a library.
There's a library. I know I picked it.
Yeah. Which place? Do you want to go to the study or the library?
Whichever seems the
A
most.
little larger so we can fit everyone in.
Sure. All right, you head to the library. Okay. Close the double doors. Right. So, I might be easier if you just ask questions and I just provide answers. I don't know how useful I'll be, but I was told by Janorum that it was urgent that I come.
What did you discover?
Right. Okay. Well, that's a good question to start off with. I'll discuss the binds of rhyme, and then we'll move to the other stranger things. The binds of rhyme, I are highly confident, with 98% certainty, maybe 99 even, that they are related to Rhyme Hollow Gate and the functioning power mechanism that houses the actual gate itself. Although I've never been. I do wonder how they are keeping the gate shut without having these here, because that is what my research has led me into.
Okay,
However,
question.
yes,
Sorry. Gate as in like a physical castle gate, or gate as in like a portal to somewhere, someplace?
yes to both. And let me elaborate. My understanding is that the settlement of Rhyme Hollow Gate is built on a raised island that's more really of a giant ice spike that sticks out of the sea. And atop that is a hole that goes straight through the pillar and all the way below the ocean, and to what I have heard may lead to the abyss, may lead to something else. We're not quite sure, but they keep it shut. And it is powered by the binds of rhyme, is what my research has concluded. Again, I'm not sure how they're keeping said gate shut, but I do believe it would be possible to recreate the binds of rhyme. But then that alone draws suspicion as to why someone would be searching after the binds of rhyme if they're not used for their original purpose and they're not operational. If that makes any sense. If you can provide any theories, I'm all ears.
So the components we gave you are needed. All the components were needed, or like they're part of the total components?
Yes, they are groups of pieces that would be made up to make a larger contraption that would keep the gate shut. But even the physical metal that you brought me is only fragmented. It's not all here. It's
So
not operational.
So we have fragments, so it's not,
Yes.
at least hopefully not, opened. Do you know
Right.
what it's closed off for?
I do not. My research was inconclusive in determining that. Some believe that there are monsters that lie below. Others say that it is just a cave system that they wish to keep sealed off. Perhaps portals to other planes of existence. I don't know. I just know that the Alliance of Orpheus keeps it under lock and key.
Is this piece of the device, is that necessary to keeping it closed, or is it perhaps a different part of the mechanism?
It's all necessary, to my understanding. It's an elaborate contraption that takes up quite a large space. He brought me a few gears that seem to generate some kind of magical essence. I didn't notice it on the first several sweeps, but there are runic sigils that are carved on each of these wheels, and the spokes of the gear. As they turn, they seem to overlap with each other and activate some kind of magic. But without...
Is it like ancient magic, or are you able to like understand what the magic is?
I can understand that it's meant to be a seal of some kind. It's supposed to provide some kind of magical barrier. But not all the runes are here, and I don't
So
know why
it doesn't
anybody...
match anything like the book?
No, totally different.
Okay.
Again, I'm curious as to know why someone would even want these. It's not fully operational, so what does it serve? Then,
So,
interrupting that, there's another knock at the door.
oh god, more information. I'll go to the door.
Rancor, you open it, and Ozin alerts you to the presence of one Mox Flynn and one Madame Janorum that are standing in the rain. Sorry we're late.
Now open it and I'll presentation them.
A pleasure to see all you folks. I'm sorry for our delay. Good to see you all in one piece as well.
Does she look like in a much better state than when we last saw her?
She looks just as stressed out, but not physically ill. Yes. At least Ozin can tell you that much. Right, I do not mean to interrupt. Please continue, Arcolette. I'm sure you were filling in on the research that you've brought to our attention. So, go ahead. We'll just listen. And they close, the library doors close behind you.
To try and understand or set out our cards, as it were, we've talked to Arcolette, or Arcolette knows about... Have we talked to him about anything about the Bright Shadow organization stuff?
No.
But Mox and Janorum do.
Yes.
Okay. I'll kind of look to the party. Do y'all think it's a good idea to let Arcolette in on all of what we've been doing?
He knows plenty. I don't suppose knowing more could hurt at this point.
Any objections?
Before you say anything, just to clarify, there's more? What?
So, remember the bombing on the city?
Yes, I do recall that night. It was awful.
We've been dealing with the group that did that.
Oh, and
Originally, we kind of assumed they were all connected. However, so this out. We found these materials, the binds of rhyme, like our first day here. You determined that that is part of a binding ritual for Rhyme Hollow Gate to keep some sort of portal hole into the earth closed. But they apparently have a piece of it needed to fully power it. This group that we're dealing with, to our knowledge, has had dealings with drugs, terrorist attacks, making mechanical things to replace council members, and I don't see how... I could see them wanting power in Provonere, something like that, but I don't know how them opening up a portal thingy would work in their goals unless they are completely threats.
I mean, if it's a portal to these hells or abyss, I don't know too much about them, but every book I read about it has a big warning on it. So, I suppose if everyone's afraid of them.
But I feel like if they knew enough about this Primarla Gate, they would know that these parts are needed for the gate to work. So why would they risk shutting off the whole thing as a threat?
If I may interject, Archelites, have you informed them that they could hypothetically recreate the binds of rhyme? Yes, I have. Well, if that is possible, then maybe they just made another one, and they don't need what we have anymore. And then Mox chimes in. Also, consider that I'm just now thinking of this. Perhaps the organization you're investigating was trying to use these runic symbols to protect their own factorial spaces. Archelites, would it be possible to extract only some of the magic? I'm not magically inclined myself in a huge way. Is it possible to use them and power a smaller device? Well, in theory, yes, that could work. Here, I'll demonstrate. And he picks up. He brought 2 of the gears with him. If you'll see how they overlay, you can look very closely. And as the pieces match together and they twist over each other, and he does so, and you watch a bit of golden magic just kind of emanate out. They seem to activate some kind of temporary hold of protection.
Is it like is it like an orb that goes out, or is it like still?
It's like
I
yeah.
Like poke it? Does it do anything?
Yeah, you can go through it.
But Madam Gendorum, can you tell what kind of thing this is? Is it to deflect magic?
She quickly cast an incantation. Yes, this is a divination spell. We should be expecting, since it is the Alliance of Provius that likely built them. Altrix, I don't know, actually, anybody. Do any of you have any experience in runic magic? It's a little beyond my purview, but I've studied it briefly.
Okay. I'll just grab it. Let's see what we crack here.
And I'm not going to make you roll. She's kind of tracing some with her fingers, and you quickly realize that this is not an exact version like you put on Owunul's shield, but it is some kind of protection rune.
I mean, it's, yeah, protection, as you said. It's nothing exemplary, to be quite frank. The mechanics of it are more profound than the runes themselves. It can reduce major forces. That's mainly how these protection things work. It's almost like a threshold of energy for it to stop.
So if I was to cast a spell into this barrier, would it block it? Or reduce it?
Depends. But yes. Think about it like this. If you just, as Rancor demonstrated, just reach out and poke it, nothing will really occur. It doesn't perceive it as a threat. But if you strike it, it may perhaps do something. Exactly what? I'm not sure. Sometimes they create a magical barrier to prevent anything. Sometimes it saps some of the energy. All of it's kind of the same. There's very small differences, and with something like this, I'm not able to exactly pinpoint.
So it's like, it's a seal, but doesn't truly activate unless
Think of it like a magical
goes.
suit of armor. They have taken a part of a larger suit and I guess we're hoping to use it for a much smaller thing. If that is the case.
Such as a room beneath the city of Provonere. Like the one that you informed Mox of.
But we
suppose.
didn't see anything. If that,
Although I don't know if protection would be the smartest thing, but I don't know if they are the smartest people. So,
but
at
also
the
that
end
would,
of the day,
well, here's my question. This doesn't prevent things from just walking in and out. It prevents things from.
I
Like,
mean, in its
harming.
current form,
I
I
suppose that's true, but
don't know what the exact limitations of magic is. I understand it that this is meant for, again, a much larger structure, so perhaps if you focused it into a
Right.
much smaller thing, it would be more potent if they were able to alter it to such.
My studies on the binds of rhyme label it as something that is maybe 50 times this size. Which means that it could, in theory, like Janorum and yourself have proposed, with multiple layers of protection, could reduce even the most powerful of arcane natures to mere fractions of itself. Perhaps you all interrupted a plan before you even knew that you were doing that. Perhaps your
I mean, if they wanted to protect their facility, they were very quick to destroy it on their own. Like, we were not in that room 10 seconds before they started destroying it.
and
interesting.
if they were trying to use this powerful magic to protect their rooms or homes, whatever, what are they trying to protect it from?
That is a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
It wouldn't prevent, like, scrying or locationary spells. It's purely.
But what if it did? What if, with enough of them, it did in fact do that?
I don't know if that would be these runes per se. They would need to alter it. It would be of a different nature.
Well,
Just as a test, can I have like Archelettes like stand on the other side of the room, activate the thing, and I stand on the other side and just try and cast message to him? Does it go through?
I'll need someone to help me hold the gears in place. I don't have an access to put them on.
All right.
To my understanding, they have to be spinning for it to work. So we need to rotate them. Holding them between your fingers should be just fine.
Okay.
All right. He holds one, you hold the other, and it begins to rotate. And you attempt to cast message, and it does not find purchase on the other side.
Okay. That didn't work. Well, I guess it worked partially how I thought it would. I can't communicate with you magically.
Interesting.
Ozen, would you mind? Have any of them seen Ozen? Actually, do Ozen things?
No. No, they have not.
Okay, this will probably be a shock to them. Something else to add to their plate.
What is
Those are
this?
I was about to say, Mox pulls out a sticky note that says, "What is this?" and looks at the sword.
Ozen, could you hover over there and see if I can communicate with you?
And a floating sword just. And they're like, "Whoa!"
I mean, we have a long list of stupid stuff.
Yeah. Crazy. All right. Altrix, keep this spinning. Continues to rotate, and you try to communicate with Ozen, and it also does not go through.
Does it break my connection entirely, or
It does not. You can still sense him there. It just the message, like you get every other word maybe in, but it's really staticky. Like there's some kind of barrier between the two of you.
If I may, this is quite similar to what Madame Lepori has at her shop.
is it? I thought she just had like a anti-magical field around it.
Is that
'Cause-
not what this is doing?
Well, no, because when I go on Madame Lapore's, I completely lose contact with Ozen. I go my normal blind. I can't hear him, can't talk to him. Here, I could
However,
still stay connected with
keep
him.
in mind this is not fully encompassing you.
Well, true, but at least I tried to cast Sting Message on Arcolets. It didn't go through at all. I was able to barely communicate with Ozen, but just barely.
Which in theory only confirms that if you were to scale this up to something much larger, that it would be able to affect
So-
much more. Perhaps
so if-
the nature of the ability is not to necessarily dissipate all magic, but it is to block the transference of energy. If that makes sense. This is all very theoretical to even myself.
Well, I do suppose that if you scale this up, scrying would most likely not work. So, does that mean they're building something and are trying to keep people from spying on it?
I mean, I think it's fair to say that at least after the attack, they would have been more
Our attack on them or their attack on us?
after their attack on the city. They would have at least probably planned to would have likely anticipated some sort of retaliation, citywide investigation. Perhaps some of their folks get captured. It wouldn't be crazy for them to assume that they needed some way to hide their facility after the attack.
Mox, have any of y'all been down to or sent anyone recently to where we found
Yes,
The Bright Shadow?
I've been down there.
how recently?
It was a few weeks ago, right after you all informed me that of that thing.
Is it
I didn't see.
possible someone else? I mean, it would seem foolish to go to the exact same spot. But
Right, I didn't see any signs of disturbance when I was there with the Red
Oh.
Shields at the time.
Keep in mind, they took this before we had ruined their operation, so that was probably
Yes,
what the plan
does,
was.
It does seem that you folks have been caught in a right place, right time type of endeavor. Not that you intended, perhaps, to stop a group of criminals from acting, but you did interfere with their plans without even knowing it at the time. Which only makes you more valuable, I suppose, as people capable of doing that. Right. So, I have another question for all of you. What about this other fellow that you interfered with? And Arcolet's kind of eyes the conversation,
Other-
not quite
other fellow.
recognizing.
Well,
So Mox is referring
fellow.
to Tony. Mox is referring to Tony.
Ooh.
But Arcolet has never met or heard of Tony. So he's another person.
Tony was a source of information. He didn't really have an allegiance, at least to my knowledge. You pay him, and he gives you what you pay for. And if people pay for the information you give him, you'll give it to them. But we did find him in the woods, talking to someone via a sending stone. But he heard us coming, drank something, fought us, and then after killing, or tried to question him, but after the last hit, he melted into a pile of sludge. But we did get all this paperwork and stuff from him. As far as I know, he was probably more of a consult. No, probably not, because at least Pura and I knew he had some sort of connection to this quote unquote the man, and Tony often frequented the top level of the something casino, whatever it was called.
Silver Serpent.
The Silver Servant Casino,
But we were
And
never able to get up there though and check
we
it out.
tried impersonating and going up there, but some special private guard would not let us.
Question, Mason,
Yes.
is the casino still operating, or do we know
You don't know.
if it got destroyed or not?
Yeah, you are not sure.
Yep.
If Tony had, because those are the first time we heard of the man, when we got information or documents from the Bright Shadow and Gavavawa, they also referenced the man. So Tony was able to get in contact with him. He's probably more than just a run-of-the-mill underdwelling information giver.
That's quite peculiar. You hadn't mentioned that he was visiting Zadira in the Silver Serpent until now.
Zadira.
That's the Silver Serpent's operator. And
The-
No, not a person that goes by the man, but a recent inductee into the council nonetheless, as the replacement for Tylexia. Interesting.
This is Zadira, who's on the was on the council,
Right.
is the owner of the casino,
Yes.
and they only recently got it on the council after Tylexia was killed.
Yes, just days before the attack that prompted a swift end to the council. Perhaps Tony was, and even maybe Zadira, were working for this group that you're tailing down.
Do you know where Zadira is now?
That's the funny thing. After the council was disbanded, she skipped town. Casino hasn't been open since then. Has a cousin in a bigger city. Was going to go visit them.
Do you know where she comes from? Like where she was born, where she came previous?
Mox turns to John. No, not really. Perhaps a bit of oversight on our part, but the Council of Provonere was elected by its, or I say elected, but more chosen by their wealth and influence over the city, and thus by their knowledgeable background. And I will admit that is perhaps something we should have done a better job in. As it seems that there have been... Thank you, Rancor, for noting our mistakes. But it would seem that we have allowed not one, but even maybe multiple moles into the city. So, would you all just, I'm going to give you a hypothesis, you tell me what you think, but perhaps Tony, this fellow that you encountered in the woods, Mox hasn't told me much, we haven't had much time to discuss it, but perhaps this individual was on the phone. Sorry.
What is a phone?
My own slip up. On a sending stone of receiving a message from Zadira. All hypotheses. Zadira may have been working for the group of criminals that you're hunting down. Or at least in partnership with. It seems like Tylexia was also in partnership with this group.
We know she was in
Perhaps.
a group.
Perhaps, yes. But perhaps Tylexia was replaced by Zadira. But then Tony killed Tylexia, to our best guess.
I feel like, but with Miss Tylexia there, I don't know if she was really in a group. It sounded like she was just using people in the groups.
We had found information that she was part of a group before, but she had left the group
Right.
for some reason, and she knew that they were coming for her,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why we assumed that she willingly let herself get incarcerated so that she could be protected. However, Tony proved otherwise.
So, Tony and Zadira, along with the criminal organization, find out that Tylexia is betraying them. They plot to kill her. And then you kill Tony and go after the criminal investigation. The city council gets dismantled, therefore taking our hands away from the investigation, and it was a cover-up so that they could escape. That's what it looks like to me.
Well, I wouldn't say a cover-up, but an opportunity.
Yes.
Peculiar.
Madam
Interesting.
Genome, do you happen to have any means of locating a person via magic?
Yes, but only in a certain range, and if Zadira did actually leave town weeks ago, it's far outside of my capacity to be able to track an individual like that.
What if she didn't though?
Well, we don't know, but we also know that we can't stay here because it isn't safe. Okay. Well, that is a lot to process, and I'm sure it will take us time to sort through that, but we cannot stay for long.
And that's all just
Archivets.
about the Mines of Rhyme.
Yeah, Archivets, do you have any other thing of note? Have you told them about the book yet? No, my apologies, I haven't gotten to that yet. The tome that you all brought me. Genome and I have had to move it quite a few times just to keep it from accidentally being discovered. But it is the most powerful thing I have ever seen, to put it plainly. But it's not mentioned in research that I have found yet. Not that it's not possible to find out. I haven't located it yet. But it does seem, and Genorm and I have reached a conclusion that without a key component to stabilize the shifting runes that appear on the pages, we can't do any further investigation into it. It's going to lead to a dead end. We don't know what we're looking at. And until we can figure that out, we don't know. And, something of this magnitude, of this capacity that holds the amount of energy that it does, I imagine trying to locate a companion artifact alongside it would prove fruitless.
Call me crazy.
I will.
Have you tried? Fair enough. Have you tried using the gears near the book to see a response?
Yes, it is completely unrelated. The book seems to persist through anything that has been done to it.
Any indication as to the purpose or role that this book serves?
Yes and no. I'm obviously something of incredible power. Someone has concealed the pages so that it can't be read. But what they're trying to conceal, I don't know. It's my best guess.
So, let me get this all straight. We have this group that is hunting down the Binds of Rhyme. Whether that's the group that also led the attack, we are not sure, but someone is searching for that well, as we established, possibly it is these people and trying to hide their operation. However, if they have further interests in the Rhyme Hollow Gate, which may or may not have a portal to another plane, we will have to wait and see. They are also investigating this book taken by Miss Tylexia, and then they attempted to recover, but were unable to, which has extraordinary power and untold possibilities. And they're also looking into Akadon.
Wasn't the book inside a chest? Sorry.
I'm sorry, you mentioned something. Akadon?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, without going too deep, as apparently it'll get you in trouble this day and age.
And
But-
interrupting you, another knock on the door.
Oh, then who is it?
We were not expecting anyone else, right?
No.
Mox
I'll
waves,
I'll
Mox
like
waves a
pop
finger.
out the
and steps to the door. And entering in with a heavy coat on that he's taken off is Onyx Miletus.
Who let him in? And who is him?
This is Senator Miletus. Despite his position, it is likely Jared.
Sorry.
Yourself. You're good.
Oh,
Wait.
Okay. It was thought best, but outside of his position, that he is in fact trustworthy. And while I have doubts, maybe, about the way he is presenting things with the supervisory, it is... I've known Onyx for a long time. And he also knows quite a bit about what we're talking about now. And Onyx looks at Mox, and then Onyx looks at you, Altrix. Well, that would explain something, at least. So you're the one that has been digging into Akadon.
Well, I wouldn't say digging. A lot of people have been bringing it up to me. So,
Fair enough. Well, Akadon, just to enlighten those of you that have not heard, is was a top secret classified project as initiated by a previous chancellor to locate and recover an ancient artifact, person, thing, place, we're not quite sure. But it was ultimately deemed a fairy tale, and the project was shut down. But some people have perhaps not given up on the hope that it was fake and have continued to pursue something. All of you in this room are now informants to that project, and this
Question.
conversation is not to leave. Owunul, you are here.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know.
Good. You folks need to not bring that up, because I am sure there are quite a few people that would be keenly interested in looking into that. But as you just said that I heard from outside, there.
you heard from outside? We're upstairs.
No, you're in the library. The library's downstairs.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's downstairs. Also, you're all quite loud, just to clarify. But who is they that are looking into... is that the same people that are responsible for the attacks in Provonere?
Yeah.
So our paths cross in a much larger way. Yes. Yes, they do. Well, I don't know what to make of all of this, but I know that we're on a time crunch, as they say. So what is the plan, exactly?
We teleport to Pickle Pines and go investigate crashed ship.
Right, so... Mox and I have briefly spoken. Mox spoke to Onyx, I spoke to Arcalets. Onyx obviously cannot leave due to his position. And not that he is necessarily acting as a double agent, but obviously I believe that he has a vested interest in keeping some of these secrets safe. Onyx nods his head, and so does Mox. Arcalets perhaps needs to do more research into this tome, and maybe into the Binds of Rhyme. Arcalets will stay back, as he has courses to teach nonetheless at the university. Onyx will stay back to keep a handle on situations. Myself and Mox and all of you will vanish for a while until perhaps it is less heated. And you want to go to Pickle Pines. Mox told me you are interested in seeing the airship that has crashed there.
It had a report, according to the newsletter, had the same blue moon sigil or symbol that was on Tony's map, but also, I believe, was on the chest in Miss Tylexia's that contained said tome. And if that is correct, this blue moon group had possession of it, and they just had a airship crash with their insignia. Assuming this isn't some weird 4D chess scenario.
What's
It could
chess?
Chess exists. 4D is a term.
You assume Owunul knows what chess is.
Well,
I'm pretty
well,
sure
be
Altrix
quiet.
has said that we live in a 6-dimensional world, so it's okay.
That's probably fair. So
but-
you're telling me that you don't think it's coincidence that all of these events have happened in the time frame that they have occurred?
Not really. But also, it could be that this Blue Moon group, there perhaps are separate, because the documents we got, correct me if I'm wrong, Dungeon Lord, said
Yes, that's a child.
they were looking for these artifacts, correct? It was 3 of them, I believe, correct?
Yes. And you overheard Tony's conversation mentioning that they had uncovered one of them. And were looking for another one.
And this, something tells me this tome may or may not be one of those 3 artifacts. And one was sold to someone. I can't remember his name.
Silvar Adronis is the name you're
Yeah.
looking for.
For 85,000 gold pieces.
Yep.
Nothing ever. It was sold to him.
Yes.
Assuming this book was sold to him, he may be part of this group. It may be a different artifact, but it seems possible that this group's against them for some way or another. They want the book, and not knowing exactly where it is, or maybe just searching anywhere close to it, and maybe had some reason to believe that airship had the book on it.
Unless they're not both vying for control of this book, but they are in fact the same entity working under different branches. Oh, good God.
Does the name Silvar Adronis ring a bell to any of you?
I don't know, does it?
I'm asking the NPCs.
Oh.
Janorm shakes her head quickly, not knowing the name. So does Mox for a moment, but then pauses and looks to Onyx. No, it was a different man. No, we don't. They all shake their heads.
Something triggered a thought. What was it?
The name sounded familiar to someone that we met a long time ago, but it's
What was
not
the
an
name?
I believe it was Sivar instead of Silvar. And the last name I don't recognize at all.
What was this Silvar person?
They were a researcher in Oshivester. They weren't part of our project team, but they were a graduate student that was pursuing their studies. I don't think there's any relation, though.
If I may add, this book, most powerful thing you've ever seen, of ancient magic, unknown to anyone. Are we sure that's not related to Akadon?
Onyx sighs out loud. I was afraid you'd say something like that.
Well, considering it sent her, according to Janorum,
in basically a magic coma after she tried to analyze it. I have a feeling it may or may not fit the description of ancient, super powerful artifacts that y'all were looking for, supposedly.
I can't give a confirmation because I don't know if it is related or not, but even if it's not related, we're looking at something of equal, maybe even more powerful than what we were looking into, which is just as alarming.
So y'all's mission was just to find and retrieve these supposed artifacts? Was it just one? Was it 3?
Well, it was a place too. We think it's a place. We don't actually know, but that was the
Agathon is the
leading.
friends we made along the way.
No,
I
Akadon seems to have been an existing civilization. Is the leading hypothesis that went missing, didn't exist, was made up, exploded. Who knows? Vanished in some way, or didn't exist in the first place. We don't know. But it seemed to contain a number of very powerful things.
And you're under order of a chancellor to find this, Akadon.
Yes.
Was.
So that. Yes,
Was.
we were. So that we could
what?
return.
Just
So that
to
we could.
find it?
No. The project leader thought it would be beneficial in having a display of force against Escapia and the rising turmoil that keeps building in Hestara, but not ever having to actually use it.
I thought Project Akadon was finding Akadon.
Right. And then, if we did find it, subsequently returning what we could together and bringing it back to Oshivester.
weaponizing it.
Granted, I don't know much about anything that goes on over in Escapia. To my knowledge, it's like just a land of the free, they do whatever they want sort of thing. At least I think. But that doesn't sound like the kind of force you would need some ancient, powerful, blow everyone up sort of thing. Are you sure your chancellor wanted it for that reason?
Well, if it speaks to it, it's the reason that our enemies are going after it.
Well, 'cause
Also,
if
I'm not so happy-go-lucky about Escapia, particularly. While it may appear to be a free, fun land, as you describe, the
allegedly.
yeah, the Zerolith, that is the ruling oligarchy of Elichar Bay and subsequently Escapia as a whole. They have a number of important trade connections that span across the Day-ridden ocean, and they have a lot more power than Provonere will give them credit for. But the conflict is that in Hestara, even though it's in Phoenician soil and built on their side of the border, Escapia believes that they deserve some of the trade benefits that come along with that. And thus, we, for the last 50 years, have been building up to basically the brink of war without it actually coming to that. But even when we were investigating this 20 years ago, it wasn't nearly as bad as what it's gotten to now. So the fear is
I still
something.
can't help but feel that going after some ancient, unknown artifact with immense power that may or may not exist seems like a very far-fetched thing to do over a trade dispute, is what it sounds like, boiled down. I feel like, granted, I'm not too familiar with, what's the country called? With Phonere's political structure. I'm from Phonoria myself, but feels like they've got enough strength to push back on that without that kind of weapon.
Right.
Who was this chancellor that, and did they cancel the project themselves, or did someone else?
Yes, they did.
Are they still alive?
No, they're not.
We could change that.
No.
And Owunul, do you have something that we don't know about? You can change them not being alive?
You can revive them?
I did
I
the
don't know.
Gavavar. Well, Ozen did.
We'll unpack this all later.
Don't worry about it.
So that all being said, aside from Pickle Pines, I don't really know if we have any particular leads.
Yeah, I feel like we'll just be going in circles about what could be and what isn't until we.
Why go in circles when we could go into a teleportation circle and just be there already?
Oh no, you're failing the quiet game.
Nope, actually, Owunul brings up a good point. We should probably get moving
That's what I was.
before.
That's what I was getting to. He just said it in a very weird, dumb way.
Would it be possible we could go in morning? I would really like to spend the night in a familiar place for once.
No.
I don't think that's possible, Sizik, because these two are supposed to get into a meeting like very soon with people who may or may not be robots, who may or may not try to kill them, and if they stay in the city and don't go, there's a high chance that they'll get caught.
Death. Perhaps.
Great.
You can sleep on Owunul's shoulders.
That's.
Why would you offer for me to do that? That seems kind of weird. Like I
Because
like
I
my
can't carry
friend,
him.
but like
I mean, maybe, but that'd be very, very difficult.
Madam Genor, how long do you need to prepare a teleportation to Pickle Pines?
Well, sorry, wrong voice. Well, given the nature of where we're going, and I've never been there before, it would be very helpful if I knew where we were going.
Oh, that sounds good.
So,
Pickle
so if you
Pines.
have anything, that would be very helpful.
So
Could
we could probably go to Straxorus, because
Oh.
I have something from there that might help.
As do I.
Yeah, we can help.
Okay, that would be appreciated. Otherwise, there's a large possibility we will get thrown to a destination that is not where we want to go.
No, that would suck.
I've been there
How
before.
high is our chance?
For never going,
I mean, with
Um,
the item.
almost basically guaranteed.
Okay, good.
As long as it's of significance and is not just like a pebble, then it should be just fine.
Bold of you to assume it can't be both.
Good.
It's
Is
important.
it something of value? Is more of my question.
To me.
Well, that will work.
Paloma, do you have a plank of wood in your bag?
She
Here,
pulls
let me
out-
put it this way: is it unique? Is it a unique item that you got
It
from
is-
there?
It is now.
What's that mean?
And you
Um,
clarify.
You just want to
the-
say what it is,
Okay,
or
she pulls it out.
do-
It is a little wooden figure, probably about 6 inches tall. It looks like Paloma wearing different clothes.
Okay,
Does this work?
it's from Straxorus, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be just fine.
Just dismantle part of a building for it.
Huh?
I won't ask any
When did
questions
this
at point.
happen?
Like
Are you
3
all
years
ready to?
ago, it doesn't matter.
Are all of you ready to depart now?
Sure.
Very
Wait.
well. Okay.
I must obtain my horse.
No,
I
Can't
do
you summon it
apologize.
at will?
I do apologize, but we are at max capacity on how many individuals I can teleport.
you can
That's
just
fine.
summon it there.
Myself, Mox, and the 7 of you. Is as many as I can take. Yes, grab what you need, and I will prepare a ritual.
I'm ready.
Does Paloma recover any of the platinum in the floor?
Debating.
It might not be there when you come back.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
This building might not be here when you come back.
Yeah, it's been seized and turned into a Kmart.
Yeah, I'll go get the
Damn.
platinum out of the floor.
I will
Floor
go
platinum.
to my room and retrieve Cannibal.
Um,
None of us have seen him, right?
I will. How long does it take to mix the white wine with the good berries?
Yeah,
Bruh.
a minute or so.
I'm gonna do that real quick.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
and
make a good
none of
berry
us have
cordial.
seen Cannibal now, have we?
I feel like I probably put him in the siphon pretty quick. Yeah.
Who is Cannibal? Is he the really
Dragon
big
Firefly.
one?
Yes, it's the big one.
It's the one the size of like a bearded dragon that none of us know about. So
wait, why do you?
That's
wait,
gonna be a
wait, when did the
surprise.
hell did this happen?
What's
last session.
Oh yeah. At the very end of last session, he is now my homunculus servant.
Oh my god, you have a homunculus named Cannibal.
Yes, it's the Dragon Firefly.
Do I have the blast stick?
Not
Or did you
yet.
make it? Not yet.
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I remembered we talked about
Yes,
stun things.
not
but,
yet.
Cool. It's all good.
All right, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm ready.
Okay, it'll only be a brief moment, but if you'll all gather round, and if you don't mind holding hands, that'd be appreciated. If you could all stand around me, please.
Do we have to sing Kumbaya?
No, just
I
hold
don't know
hands.
that
It's
song.
fine.
It is
Yeah,
probably
moving
one
on.
of those weird paladin things.
Mox Flynn steps in a radial circle around her and outstretches his arms to join with all of you as you take position.
Who's
All right,
holding
then.
his hand?
You're
You don't have
what?
to answer that. You don't have to answer that. It's okay.
No. This is very important. Who's holding
Very
whose
No, it is
hand?
not.
It's actually. I think-
Well, as you all link hands, the moment that circle is completed, she casts an incantation as you watch the vibrant colored runic sigils appear as a dome kind of appears over all of you, and you are gone. And that is where we'll take our break, and we'll come right back after that to see where we end up. Hopefully in Strexoris. And welcome back. We pick up. As your forms materialize once again, I need Evadin, Rancor, Altrix, and Owunul, and Pura, and Madame Denorum, and Mox Flynn to make dexterity saving throws.
What? Why do those two not?
I'm sorry,
tell
what?
I'll tell you why. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
Who?
oh.
Because we chill as
You.
fuck like that.
Save your number. I'll tell
Yeah,
you in a second.
What? What?
Make a
Dex save.
dexterity saving throw.
Already all within
Dex
10 feet of
save.
Owunul.
You haven't materialized yet, but technically yes.
Oh fuck yeah.
So
Plus
we get
four,
what?
right?
Plus 3?
Plus 4.
Plus 4.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay, well, that's a number.
That
Okay.
is a number.
All right. Rancor.
25.
Okay. Evadin.
25.
Okay. Altrix.
Nat 20 for 26.
Damn, dude.
Okay. Owunul.
Dang. Like a 4.
No.
You're
No.
being- 4 is generous.
23.
Nice.
23.
Holy
okay.
crap.
All right. And that's a natural 20 from Denorum, a natural 17 from Mox, and a natural 19 for Pura. So everyone did really extremely well. So none of you will take damage from this. However, you still will suffer the just general effect. All of you appear in a building. However, the floor, or I should say the ceiling of this of the first floor that you teleport into, is 5 feet tall, and all of you just your heads shoot through as the splintering of wood breaks open, and all of you are now stuck
Mason,
in a house.
is there even a second floor, or did they just go through the roof?
This building has a second floor, but that is why. None of you
Oh,
take damage,
right.
however, as you.
Oh, right. All the
Up here.
buildings here are small.
Forgot about that.
Owunul's head is too hard for this, Mason. It will
Owunul's
never
wearing a
damage
suit
him.
of armor and probably
Yep,
a
this is
helmet.
Probably why.
Janora,
Uh,
what did you do?
I brought us to the exact location that this item was linked to. And
My bad.
Paloma and Sizik, this is a familiar place. It is the place that you called your grandmother's home, Sizik, although she didn't live here. But it is the house that you and Paloma stayed in for about 3 years while you were here. So that is where you're located at. Looks untouched since the last time you have left it.
Well, untouched, except for,
Yeah, splintered floorboards now. Oh well.
6 new holes in the roof, or in the floor?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Several. Right.
Oops.
Well, that's one way to make an entry. Where's the door?
I forgot how nice the sea air tasted.
Door that way.
All right, let's get out of here.
We must leave.
And you all have to push and kind of crawl under so you don't extend above 5 feet.
Mr. Mason,
Yes, dungeon child.
what was the limit on her teleport?
What do you mean the limit on her teleport?
How many creatures or things?
Herself plus 8. Ozen is. Don't worry about him. You're
He's
good.
being worn
Or carried.
or carried.
Yeah.
Well, because he's sentient, he's got a bunch of different
No,
things
he's
that
okay.
apply.
It's
Okay.
mounted.
It's okay. Yeah, you're carrying him. It's okay.
Yeah, he's mounted on
Hey!
you.
Oh, fuck you. I could have.
No, we
uh,
turn around.
You can just resummon him.
No, better
Sizik,
yet, we brought Ozen, but not Rancor.
Joke's
Yeah.
on you.
Right.
That would be funny.
That's it. I'm resummoning Cricket.
Do not do
Hey,
it
well,
in
then-
here.
In the
Do it
house.
outside.
Do it outside, please.
I will kill your horse.
I'll just resummon it. You realize that doesn't fix the problem, right?
You can only do it so many
No,
times
you're
per day.
right. He's right. That doesn't fix the problem. We all know
You
what we have.
stab-
Do it. Do it. You know what you need to do. Fucking do it.
Okay,
We all
well,
know
Mason,
we make
you
our
leave the
way out.
building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I summon
I
the
assume
horse.
so. You need 1 hour to cast that spell, so no, you may not.
What do you mean no?
Find familiar.
No.
Or you can summon
Find
steed.
Steed.
Find Steed is
okay.
one action. You goofball.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you, Riley. As if
You
you've never
fool.
made a mistake in your own life. Okay, chill out.
Damn.
He is.
I called you
Okay.
a goofball. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Goober.
Don't make
Alright.
it worse. Yes, you may cast Find Seed if you want to in the area. However, it would do so after I describe what you see first. You are all in a town square, a couple 100 feet across in every direction. There's a pedestal that sits in the middle of the town square with a glass encasing that sits over it. There's nothing else in the town square but hundreds, or well, more like tens, dozens of gnomes and herringons that are just all happily dancing around, having a great time, perusing the market area. And as a bunch of towering beings kind of exit into the space, they all look with curiosity but also terror and begin to kind of like step back and wonder who these people are before someone at least maybe recognizes Paloma and Sizik, and then there's a calm that kind of, and they go back to their thing. And nobody says much. It's just kind of like, okay, everything's good. We know these people. This is fine. So they just kind of disperse.
Okay, let's get
Well,
out of here.
They're really chill with this.
Okay.
Just, okay.
It is what trust will get you.
My horse.
Yes.
Yes.
You summon Cricket.
I am now even taller.
Yeah. Well, you're not on him when you summon him, but
I would like to immediately get on him.
okay, that's fine.
The large, nice man on the large, nice horse.
You can see
Uh,
faces.
Yeah, you
I don't
can
know
see
if
The
the
horse
is
that
nice.
eats squirrels.
Does he summon with a horse? With
Oh,
a, Sorry, with a
yes.
horse. Does he summon?
The perfect example of friend. A giant person on a giant horse.
The horse is friend shaped. I don't know what to tell you.
Mason, I
No.
just placed the map for this. Hold on.
It's okay. Back in Provonere, though, right as you summon Cricket, an explosion, as Cricket vanishes into the Feywild and then returns.
Wait, what do you mean an explosion?
From
Yeah,
where he
Cricket-
previously
Cricket.
was.
He's made of ectoplasm. He just
Mason,
blows up.
can we say that the explosion happened near Officer Vox's porch?
Yeah, sure it can.
It doesn't blow it up, but it just
Doesn't blow
covers
it up,
it
it
in
just-
goo.
So when you
Aw.
say an explosion,
It's more like a pop with like
Yeah, like a balloon pop
yeah
with goo.
That's-
Just
with
Okay,
with
got
like
it.
ectoplasmic.
no, the
goo.
actual horse itself, just like a horse guts,
y'all,
just go
there was
everywhere
a
every
little
time I have to
child.
resummon him.
Heading the
Yeah.
horse as this happened.
All right, we go
Yeah.
south.
okay.
What time
Not
is it?
spending much time. It is
Evening.
it's afternoon there.
You should ask that guy's time orb of
Because we said
time
it
he's
was
got
like-
over there.
No.
It'd be a little bit later in the day. Than when you were in Provonere, so it's probably 7 o'clock.
You should ponder the orb.
No.
No. No sure.
Oh, we're just going like that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to linger here.
I fear that I may step on someone unintentionally, so I would
Yeah,
like
what if
to.
Owunul steps on somebody?
I just more so
That's his
mean.
problem.
I feel like
What, we're going to sleep in wilderness.
The
I
bigger
mean,
the
I have
problem.
a dragon-like bug that's literally half the size of these people.
You expect
beg
them
your
to
pardon?
sleep in the house they just broke the roof of?
Well, I'm sure that there is. I'm not. It's not even that I am sure. There is place here to accommodate large folk.
I can
Yeah,
see the
I know there
rooftops.
is.
I can see over the
What do you mean
rooftop.
half
No,
the size of
there's
these
a
people?
place
They're,
where
they're like
there's-
this big.
There's a place made for tall people.
Oh,
yeah,
I can
it's
see it
called
over
the
there.
ground.
You can see it over there. It's the only normal sized building.
Yeah, right.
I mean, if we want to,
Stay here
however, if we want to get to the wreckage before
before
it's
anyone
tampered
else.
with, kind of in a bit of a
Just go
rush.
now.
Paloma, since you're like a master when it comes to navigating maps, how long would you think it would take us to get to Pickle Pines?
I don't know. I mean,
Well, to be fair, we don't know where in Pickle
we
Pines.
don't.
Maybe
Oh,
we should
Mason
ask.
and I
Maybe we
did-
should ask the short people.
We did.
To get to
That
the middle
feels
of Pickle
really
Pines is
rude.
about 6 days,
Yeah,
and
I
that
was
is what
gonna
we
say
determined.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, to get to the outskirts of Pickle Pines, walk to the outskirt of town, and it'll be there.
Yeah.
Well, we made the Pickle Pines. We're good.
Yep, we're here. That's it.
Well, again, where in Pickle Pines?
well,
I guess we can ask around and see if anyone knows anything about it.
As long as we don't.
Is there like a tavern here somewhere where people are like less active? Everyone's like dancing and stuff.
No, that's about. It's a whole town full of Siziks.
Not everyone. There's Harvey. That
And
little
Jam, you're right.
little rat is terrible. As long as we don't run
So
into
everyone
him,
just
it's fine.
dances.
Wait.
Well,
When you
people
say he's a
paint
little-
and they fish and other stuff, but
Who is there? Like a
creative
lead?
expression.
Do you all have like a chief or a leader? Mayors?
Yeah, it's right there, and she points to the pedestal.
Yes, it is a
That's him.
mayor. Yes.
The pedestal.
Oh,
No,
he's on top of the pedestal. You can-
He's
Oh.
yes, he's inside glass box. Take a step forward. Take a look.
I will reluctantly approach.
The pedestal again is only tall enough for a Harangon or a gnome or a halfling to be like right at chest level. So it's like 2 feet tall, 2-3 feet tall. So you have to squat down. But inside the glass casing is a small rectangular stone with a very realistic looking face that is been placed upon it. There are buttons for eyes, like a mustache that's been drawn on, in exquisite detail. Has a weird quirky smile to it. Yeah, it's just there in the glass
Why do I
case.
feel like he and Cricket would get along?
Ozen?
Hello?
You're talking to a rock.
I mean, you never know, Mason. You could talk to a cactus in Provonere.
That's true.
Hey, Ozen, are you getting anything from it?
That's the guy who talks to his sword.
Yeah, there is some magical essence surrounding that stone.
Can you
That's the
talk to
mayor.
it?
I don't think I want to talk to a rock, thank you.
Could
Paloma?
you please contact it?
Is this actually... I understand if it is officially the mayor.
You know,
Is it
Can I
a
roll
mayor?
insight on these fuckers? Can I roll insight on Paloma and Sizik to
Paloma
see if they're
is not
bullshitting?
laughing, and I just cannot keep a straight face. No, that's the mayor. As
Yes,
mayor-
it is. It is
Mayor Waylon?
Waylon. Yes, Mayor
Oh my
Waylon.
god.
Who makes the decisions around here?
The
Mayor
Rock.
Waylon.
It's
And
a rock.
I-
Mayor Waylon know
I
about
think-
the airship crash.
I will walk over to the pedestal. Good evening, Mayor Waylon.
Hello, Sizik. So nice of you to
Do
return.
we hear that or just?
Yeah, you do. It just emanates from the rock. Just
Oh, okay. Rocks talk now. Got it.
Yes, we are
Ah.
back trying to find the crashed airship that occurred recently in the Pines. And these
I
are
heard about that. Unfortunately, I cannot see where it has
Well,
crashed.
we were
But-
going to ask around.
But there is a new traveler that has moved into town since you've been gone. You might check out his shop. It's right
Where
over
it's-
there.
No.
And he has
What
no
type of
hands.
shop?
No.
I'm
no
gonna-
hands
I'm
to
gonna
point.
I was about to say...
Look around for.
No, there's no
I'm gonna
hands
look
to point.
around for a shop that is unfamiliar.
So you look around. The first thing that you note is the McGraw's Bakery, just to the north side of the square. Very familiar with there. Then there's the Nick and Knapsack. That's the general goods store. Also very familiar. Then there's Roxanne, the Hunter's Butchery. Also very familiar with that. But then there's one building to the west of town that seems to be recently constructed, and it seems to be a little taller than some of the surrounding buildings. More like large people sized.
Ah, wonderful. Spasiba, Mayor Whalen. I assure you that my companions will not destroy anything
Yeah.
further.
I
And
don't
then,
think you want to guarantee that.
Owunul, only in your head. No one will believe you.
What?
That's it.
What do you mean no one will believe me?
Nope.
All
That's
right.
it. That's it.
What's the?
What?
How large of a stone is this?
It
Do
like
not cast catapult on the mayor.
like this big, or like this big. It's very small.
No.
Do it. Do it.
Would you say less than 5 pounds?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I probably would.
Good to know. I'll continue on to the store.
Hey, so wait, just because I'm a little out of it. So I said I don't know if you want to guarantee that we won't break anything, and then I hear in my head, no one will believe you.
And that's
Yep.
it.
That doesn't make any sense.
It was not in response to your question.
What the fuck?
No one will believe you. All right.
You're gonna have to be more
Let's-
specific than that,
okay.
Mr. Rockman.
Hey, let's get to the store and get out of here.
I'll lean over to Altrix, be like, I know we all have our own issues and things, but taking orders from a rock seems to be a little out of the ordinary.
I think everything with Sizik makes perfect sense now.
As the man who talks to his sword.
I'm whispering to Altrix, not you. Fuck you.
Then I will say,
You
says
walk-
the man who talks.
You walk briefly across half of the square because it's not that far before you arrive at a medium-sized person's, a larger folk is what they call them here in Straxoris, shop. It's called the Pickle Perch.
We'll walk
We walk in.
You walk
What?
in, and like you would expect in any general store, various shelves. However, these are just lined with pickles, jars and jars of pickles. Yes, Anna.
Mason, it is not called the Pickle Perch. Please read the full name on the map.
No, I'll get there. Just give me a second. Standing at the countertop, however,
Concerned.
is a crazy-looking human man. He has whimsical, like spiked, blonde hair. He's wearing like a deep green like lab coat. He's got a belt that is wrapped around. He's got a jar that seems to be various pickle concoctions in his hip, and he seems to be holding a jar of pickles as you walk in. And he goes, "A pickle? Would you like a pickle? I'm Dr. Glofferkirk, and it's nice to meet you all."
This man is.
Yeah, we got the wrong store.
I was gonna say Rancor doesn't even turn around, just back steps out.
This guy doesn't know anything about airships.
Privyet!
Oh, airship, you say? I think I passed by a place that there's been an airship. I traveled to Salsura and to here very often to collect my pickles.
Hey, yeah, we're looking for a crashed airship. You wouldn't know anything about that, would ya?
I can accompany you. Would you like me to show you?
You could
Get a
just tell
pickle?
us. You could tell
No,
us.
I need to go into the forest to get more pickles anyway.
I'm gonna
You know, with
lean
the
over
great
Evadin.
brain coming and all.
I'm
I haven't-
sorry,
I haven't-
pickles don't grow on trees.
Oh, child, you are mistaken. Yes, they do.
I'm gonna lean over to Evadin. I'm gonna say, hey, so like, you know how I'm like a paladin and I have an oath and stuff? I really want to break it right the fuck now. I can't explain the feelings that have come over me, but they make me want to break my paladin oath. I do not want to protect this man.
Okay, you can collect your pickles however much you want. However, we just need to know where the airship crashed.
I don't know exactly where it crashed. I just know the general vicinity. But it's on the way for more pickles, and I need to go that way anyway to get another supply run from Salsara. So I'd love to accompany you if you'd be okay with it.
Just
Okay.
tell him
No.
to point on the map.
Can I do an
No,
insight check on
just-
this dude?
Sure.
Yeah, this guy's definitely part of the org.
Suspicious as fuck.
Nuh-uh, he's the pickle god, don't you know?
This
He's
is
god
the
of
man.
pickles.
17.
This is the man.
This is-
17. What are you trying to ascertain by inciting him?
Is this dude? Is this dude like lying to us, or like is this dude like not?
This is Dr. Gloffergurken, the piccologist. A man that studies pickles and
Okay,
sells them.
again, don't need accompaniment,
He's
just directions.
If he comes with us, he may not live to see another day.
Mason,
I heard
can
that.
smite?
Yes, that's why I said it at normal volume.
Yeah, no, full like we're gonna go do dangerous stuff that you don't want your pickles getting ruined by.
Oh, no. Dangerous is. I'm familiar with that. However,
I'm pretty sure
I'll be
the
quite honest. I actually could use some protection. The pickle vines have gotten a little rampant the last couple of weeks.
No,
Did you just
Are you
say
gonna pay
pickle
us?
So here's
vine?
the thing. So
no,
yes.
no. Those
if
words
you
you just
do-
said don't
here's the thing.
exist.
here's the thing. I can't guarantee your safety from my horse.
Owunul, can you make a dexterity saving throw for me?
You're gonna get pickle bound.
Bold of you to assume
You
I
now have the
can't make
pickled
this.
condition.
Picklebaum.
I don't care.
You are unexpecting this, so I will have you make a disadvantage.
Oh damn.
Oh, you a
Damn.
bitch.
Damn.
Won't you
That's
do anything?
fine. I got the same number on both roll.
Roll it
Okay.
again.
And here's the funny thing. I don't think it matters what I roll.
DC is 50.
What's the number?
The number
Pickologist
is
is level 30.
the number is 16.
16, that's it? That's all you got?
If it does not save, I have a reaction.
Against what?
Well, I have the ring of evasion.
Okay.
So if I don't make the saving
Yeah.
throw,
Right. Okay. No, it doesn't apply here. He, while you're speaking, just crams a pickle down your mouth. Just in there. And juice just sprays out,
I took
from
a
it.
step back away from Owunul.
And it is the most delicious pickle you've ever had. And I also need to make a Constitution saving throw.
What?
Man's gonna take
So you're
pickle
telling me-
damage.
that the ring I bought specifically to help me with dexterity saving throws
Yes,
does not
in the
help me with
context
dexterity saving throw.
in the
Ryan,
context of
He's having
fireball.
it's a
Yes.
joke scene. He's not killing you. Come on.
Oh, I beg to differ.
That if he gets a nat 1 on his con save.
Yeah, he dies of pickle immediately. Is allergic to cucumbers.
Then we immediately go and kill this motherfucker.
And it's on the ground. God damn it.
That's why you look at where you're putting your dice.
Fuck. Where is it? Okay, fuck it. We're getting another dice. Hey, Mason.
Yeah.
So, technically...
Just give me the number, Riley, please, for the love of all that's holy. For all the pickles, just
technically that's a 7, but... It's in that one.
okay. You fail. So normally charm works differently. However, because you've ingested it, that's how it affects you. So you are now charmed by Dr. Gloffergurken. And you want to agree with everything he says, including giving your friends pickles because they're very good.
Mason,
Oh,
I need you to
no.
understand that on a personal
It's a
level,
pickle
I hate
festation.
this so much.
It's a
That
pickle
sucks.
festation.
Okay.
So
I don't know what that was about.
When do we?
You
learn?
should-
Anybody
we
else
did
want to pickle?
pickles.
It's very delicious.
This has some very tasty pickles.
I-
You should definitely give them a taste. Give them a lick, you know?
When do
I
we leave?
appreciate the offer. I am.
No, thank you.
Tell you what.
He's got some nice long pickles. You should take it. You should give him a lick.
Let's start walking that way towards the crashed airship and your pickles. How about that?
That would be wonderful. Are you going
Alright.
to? Are we going to group together and it's going to be
I-
fun?
How much are you
Absolutely.
willing to pay for
I can
protection?
guarantee only one of those.
Well, I take you to the airship crash, and you protect me while I get pickles. It seems
Yes,
like a
I
fair
would-
trade for me.
May I?
Do not worry.
May I
Pickle
walk
man.
in and cast?
I will
friends
protect you
this
on your
man?
on this dangerous journey.
You're already in the room. You backpedaled to the door, but didn't exit the shop.
May I cast friends on him?
You may certainly try.
Do
I
not worry,
cast friends
pickle
on
man.
him.
Okay.
Wisdom
you
save on his
casting?
part.
What are you casting?
Friends.
Not.
He has a
Before-
+4 to his
before-
saving throw, right? Owunul?
Yes, of
That's
course.
true.
Yeah.
He's a friend.
Um,
Before you do that.
what's
let
the
me
DC?
double check.
You said I cast
Um,
friends. What's the DC?
Okay, no, I only did it on attack rolls.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm just not hearing the word. What is he casting?
Friends.
He cast friends. Friends the spell.
You know how when you go outside and you go play with friends,
Riley doesn't
Friend,
have those.
people you hang out with.
Spell.
ENDS.
Why is that a spell?
There's a
It's-
lot of things that are spells.
I'm so
I'm surprised
confused.
that's the one. 16's the
Like,
save.
man.
He's totally fine.
God damn.
That's a nice try. You must be from the Great Brining, but that's okay. I still need to collect my pickles in preparation.
Do not worry.
Let's get
Pickle
this over
Man.
with.
No harm will
Mox and
come to
Denorum
you.
are looking at each other like, oh no.
Oh, yeah, I forgot
Uh,
to say here.
I will say run.
Mouth, get out of here. And they're like, it's fine, we're good.
How long does the charm condition
Where
last?
should we try
Oh,
and
wow.
find you all
Uh,
next?
Wait.
Oh,
The fuck?
we'll go with you until we get to the crash site, and then we'll vanish from there.
Cool. All right. I guess we'll just.
Let's just go.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Do
to
not
this
worry,
crash site.
Pickle Man. Your pickles and you will be protected by the might of Helm.
Well, thank you, kind sir. I really appreciate that.
What did you do with those pickles to this man here?
Well, I make various pickle concoctions, and I sell them at my pickle store, the Pickle Merchants. They're very good.
That
Would you
man
like
had very
one?
tasty pickles.
No.
I have
I don't
healing
trust them.
pickles, and poisonous pickles, and acid pickles, and fire pickles, and ice pickles. They're very, very delicious, all of them.
So you're saying that you have cool pickles.
That is a good point. I'm going to use that.
Yay! I want to die. I want to die so badly.
Hannibal, do not touch any of the pickles.
Touch all of his pickles.
Animal's mouth is watering.
No, no.
I
Meat
will
only.
take. I
It's
it-
only.
I will
Trish,
ask
what the fuck is
Pickle
that?
Man.
Oh no! I know.
What?
I know.
I will
If- what
ask
is
the Pickle
that?
Man if I can
Pickles
get a
so
small
much.
sample for
Okay, we leave.
for a friend.
Sure.
It's a cannibal.
Oh. So nobody wants to buy any pickles? Okay.
Wasn't
No.
cannibal like
Oh.
this big?
That's fine.
Yeah.
So wait. He's trying to sell pickles. I
Why
love
is he
pickles.
this big?
Yes.
I love pickle. I hate pickles.
Well,
Don't
but
know.
Owunul does that.
So
What do you mean you don't know?
Apparently on the airship he got into something. Ate
what?
it. Ate a squirrel as well, and he's bigger now.
It eats squirrels too?
I mean, he ate squirrels before, though. I will say.
He ate squirrels before it was cool.
How big has it gotten in the last week?
I mean, this was about 8 inches now. Last I measured, he's 18.
Huh.
Am I,
Interesting.
not the, am I the only one who sees a problem with this?
He should eat a pickle. He needs to grow up big and strong.
Do not
No.
feed that thing. It doesn't need
Nope.
to get bigger.
Nope.
I'm
No.
going to present it with a pickle.
Yeah.
You forget I
Yes,
cook a pickle for a friend.
Sizik. As you are all exiting back into the square, a familiar, shorter than you, snow-furred, hair-and-gone girl with large violet eyes, runs up to you and almost tackles you to the ground. If she wasn't, half your size, she probably would. But gives you a big ol' hug. Sizik, you're back!
Yes, I not permanently, but just sort of here on work, so to speak.
You have a job now? That's fine.
Well,
And then Paloma, she jumps off of Sizik and gives you a huge hug too.
Hey.
And this is Kyra. So where have you guys been? I know you guys left. Did you find your grandmother?
no.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're just stopping through? You said you were on business? You got quite a few people with you that are all very large.
Yes, these are our friends.
Oh, that's good. Okay, well, I won't keep you. I just heard you guys were back in town, so I figured I'd say hi. But, okay. Well, you guys are it's a home, so you're welcome to stop by anytime before you leave. But if it's too much, it's okay.
Yeah, we might stop by on the way out, but we're a little bit in a rush right now. Sorry.
Oh
So,
no, it's okay. I
question.
understand. Yes.
So is the pickle man with us?
Yes, he is.
Unfortunately.
Are you going to tell me when I'm no longer charmed?
I will. It's
Please.
indefinite. It's forever.
I actually, I'm now just like, I think I've internally accepted this, and I want this to go on for as long as physically possible.
It takes one pickle to change a man. One pickle only.
Okay.
I will stick close to the pickle man.
Dr. Gloffergurken is happy to have company. He's very lonely.
I will let him ride on the horse so that he does not have to waste his time and energy walking.
Oh, so nice of you! And he begins feeding crickets and pickles.
Yes, good. Mm.
Yes.
Loma,
I feel as though this will have disastrous consequences.
Maybe.
I don't want to be rude,
It feels like you're about to be rude, though.
but I do not want. This is your home?
Well, kinda.
Is your other home like real one like this?
No, it's not as big.
Okay.
Not as many Harangon. Different in a lot of small ways.
But about the big ways?
Like what? Well, there's not a rock for a mayor, I guess, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
And there's certainly
I was
not
going
this
to rescind my joking offer of switching hometowns.
It was a joke, and you're gonna rescind it.
Just didn't want to, again, it to come
Too
up
late.
later.
You agreed. You're getting
No.
on a boat, and you're going across the ocean.
Again, kill away. If it doesn't have all this, that maybe it's okay.
I could be a pickle paladin.
Yes, you could.
We need to get out of here as soon as possible.
Yes.
I don't think you understand. I have never hated a place before.
Hey.
Wow.
Obenberg is way worse than this.
No, it made sense.
Riley, don't tempt it.
What do you mean it made sense?
It existed
What
for a
about
reason.
Any of this doesn't make sense.
Points to the rock mayor.
Yeah,
No,
points to
Points
rock,
the pickle.
He's the
points to
mayor.
pickle, points to the forest where pickles grow on trees.
Yeah, bro, this is just
Listen,
Candyland.
He's the mayor.
Instead
because
of
he's-
candy,
he was
it's
the
pickles.
First person to settle here, and then
What do you? I'm
Person.
sorry.
You called him a person. I noticed that.
What do you mean he was the first person to settle here?
well, yeah, he founded the town.
What do you define as settle?
He founded the
He-
town.
Falling off the
How?
peaks.
He was once a person.
Yeah, he's
They
a person.
preserved him in a rock.
Now he's a rock.
Well, the oldest person is not the smartest
So-
at the end of the
So
day.
he's so he died and is now part of the rock.
No, he didn't die. He became a rock.
He was getting older.
This is
At least
silly.
from what
That shit is a
what
rock.
I believe is true, he was getting older. He still felt as if he would be best still taking, having control and of the
Okay.
settlement. So he became rock,
Very
and
well.
he's
Let's
still doing good job. It is
again.
lively.
Let's find this crash. For the rest of the walk, I will have a readied action to cast catapult at any pickle that
No.
approaches my mouth.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Very well.
I will have
Very
the,
well.
the ready
Altrix,
action to fucking
Do
stab
you have
anyone
any of those
who's using a pickle.
bolt things?
What?
Things?
Huh?
The things you use to like tighten things together.
In a wrench.
Not a wrench,
A
like a
loose
bolt.
bolt?
Like a screw?
Yes, without the pointy bit.
Why?
Do you possibly have some? At least two?
It refuses
Again,
to
I
answer
must
question.
ask what for?
To avoid this. Gesturing to the pickle man.
Who is currently on cricket, by the way, feeding cricket pickles. He's been doing it the entire way.
I think we'll be fine.
The man might be a little strange, but
You've, in your whole
we are
time
all
traveling
strange.
with Rancor, you have never seen him look desperate. Altrix, please.
We are all strange. Why
You
do
need a
have
pickle
a problem?
too!
I think they need a
okay.
pickle man. You should pickle them.
Oh, no, we don't pickle people. That's terrible.
Did you
Altrix,
not pickle?
There's no way your
No,
town
no,
is
no,
any
no.
better than this, okay?
No, Mr. Pickleman. I did not mean
A
pickle
cult
as
in
in
the
you
middle of
want to
nowhere.
pickle it. I meant as in, like, give them a pickle.
sorry?
Like, I'm using pickle as a verb, where you're giving them a food.
I see. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah. I'm the head of this guy's marketing team, 100%.
Yes. I've always needed a manager.
A match made in hell.
We're just standing at
hell?
the edge of the forest.
Actually, no, you're still walking through town.
Actually,
But you
there's not
pass
9 hells,
by...
there's 10. It's pickles.
It's Pickles is the last one, that's right. The Lord of the Hells himself is afraid of pickles.
Considering that Altrix refuses to give me just two bolts, I will pull out a bandage from the healer's kit, rip it up, and stuff 2 things in my ears.
You were going
Okay.
to stuff bolts
Bolts
into
in
your
ears.
ears?
Are you
Bolts
Frankenstein's
would not
monster?
work. But I suppose if you...
No,
I'm
he's
glad
just
I
trying
said
to
no.
become Frankenstein. He's just trying to become a Frankenstein's monster, you know?
No, he wants to ignore everything that the pickle is saying.
However, on the way, Sizik and Paloma, you pass by Miss Grimshaw's School for Youngers. Just a building of education. And then as you continue to approach the outskirts of town, you near the Lantern Light Rest, which is a tavern. And across the street from it is the Tumble Down Inn, which is
That's
3 giant mushrooms that just are out of the ground.
That's the one for normal people. Or for larger people.
And it just has various windows that are on the mycelium.
I wonder if they sell pickles.
I hope not.
I am
No.
going to make an assumption and say that this fellow here is the only one selling pickles around here.
Oh no,
it
I
true?
have competitors! I assure you!
You
I'm
do? How have you not
surprised
beaten them out,
more
Pickle
of
Man?
you.
You're so good at selling pickles.
Wonderful.
I would
Yes,
think
of
we could
course.
competitors by now.
I'm waiting for someone to try to stab this man.
Oh, can we stop by Din Beach on the way out? That would be really
No,
appreciated.
No, we'll get it on the way
Yeah,
back. How
that
about
sounds
that?
like a great idea.
I really just need to stop by my stand and close shop for a little while.
No, we're on a bit of a time crunch, really.
Whatever you need, Pickle Man.
100 feet down the road, it's okay.
Yeah, we could get it on the way back.
Madashinora and Mox are just looking at each other like, look, if this is our best lead,
We can let him close his pickle stand.
It won't take
then-
Against
a moment.
literally the forces of evil.
I will help
Um,
him close down his pickle stand to the best of my ability.
Mox leans over to you, Altrix. So, I would never suggest harming a civilian. However, there's a bridge coming up over a river, and we could just push him off the horse. If you really want to get rid of him that bad.
Also,
I mean,
question.
it's not that we can't get rid of. We need to keep him around.
So, I
Do you know what this is giving me vibes of? And only Dan and Jake are going to know. This is giving me Malachi vibes. The fact that just everybody hates him is just
For
so
no
funny to
reason.
me.
Yeah.
No, there's good enough reason.
So I can
no
communicate
reason.
telepathically with Cricket, right? So
Yes.
what is Cricket thinking on this whole situation?
Cricket
just
is like-
good pickles?
Cricket's like, pickles, yes, yummy pickles, yes.
They would help me grow my power.
Better than squirrels, pickles.
So we go to the beach.
Yes, and he closes down his pickle stand.
A
and
beach
grabs-
episode. That's crazy.
Yes, you go
And
to the
I
beach.
send Cannibal up to start looking for the wreckage.
You won't. No. No. Take far too much time.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
just
What do you mean?
how?
No.
I needed this. You don't understand how much
Yes.
I needed this.
Owunul, the charm effect does wear off though as you're leaving the beach. We can go now. Thank you for helping me close down my shop. Yes. So we're headed south, this way.
Okay.
Okay, I sense some tension. I have tension relieving pickles if you're interested.
No thanks.
They're good for exfoliation of the
Let's
skin.
just go.
I don't
I
have
feel like
skin.
you don't. You probably
Scales
shouldn't-
too!
Altrix, you definitely have skin.
Well, again, I don't need to exfoliate it.
Let's go. Come on.
Sorry, did I do something wrong?
Yes.
No. Again, we're just on a bit of a rush.
I don't particularly am inclined to believe
So
you.
it's been a long day.
Yeah, we are in a. We need to get to that wreckage.
Before anybody else.
Right. But you don't want me to come with you. I see how it is.
But we
I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't care.
I don't think you're telling the truth, though. That's not true. You're
I
lying
mean,
to me.
if you show
I
up,
have a
it's
pickle
like
of truth, and if I gave it to you, you would be lying to me right now.
if you
No,
showed up there,
Mr.
I don't
Pickle
have any
Man.
fears. It's anyone else in the world. I'm afraid of.
Mr. Pickleman, we are
Dr. Gloffergherkin, please.
Doctor.
No,
we are
Dr.
being
Gloffergherkin.
Dr. Gloffergherkin.
Yes, thank
We
you.
are-
How can I help
we
you,
are-
everyone?
We are being sincere. We are in a bit of a hurry to find this downed airship.
I see.
If
I see.
if you could help us find the airship a bit faster,
Yes.
my companions may be more willing to allow you along.
No, I
I
don't.
might,
I
I
don't
might even be inclined to purchase Pickle.
No, I think I'll go into the forest myself. Just head south, and you'll find it eventually.
I will. I will let
I'll
him
wait.
take Cricket with him. I will, in fact, encourage him to take Cricket for protection.
Okay.
It's just south. That's all you're gonna give us?
I mean, it is an airship. I doubt it would be very well
We
hidden.
could have just done that on our own.
No, you don't understand. The Pickle Man plot is vital to this overarching storyline.
Can I make a survival check or something?
For what purpose?
To track down the airship.
Can I do it?
Since this guy isn't.
How will you do that?
I don't know. I'll look for like broken branches and shit.
Right. So when we get closer to the airship, yes, but now no.
Okay.
Can I do an insight check on this man? Because this seems really
Again?
weird. He's just really switched up.
Another inside check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, y'all just don't trust a Pickle Man.
Why
No,
did
I'm
he
not sure.
immediately stop being
Pickle Man.
enthusiastic Pickle Man whenever he lost
That is
his
going
charm
to
on
be
me?
a 21.
You get the understanding that perhaps when someone is not wanted around, they don't want to be around. Simple as that.
Then why is it all of a sudden now?
Because charm wore off on Owunul, and that was the only person who appeared.
Owunul
to
still
like him in
wants
the
him
party.
around, though.
But all right.
Once you taste a good
will
pickle, I mean,
Look, again, we don't have any ill will towards you. We just really need to know where this airship is. And we are willing to have some sort of transit. We helped you take down your stand. It'd be
Actually,
nice
I did that by myself. You just
well,
I
he
helped.
did that.
yes, he was very helpful, but you did not.
Yes, and he is part of our group, and it would
Yes. Yes.
Please,
I-
Mr.
and
Pickle
we are
Man.
willing to escort
Please,
you
Pickle
into
Man,
the
I'm
forest
begging you,
and
please.
help with these pickle vines. Apparently, we are
Can I
willing
try
to
Yes,
to
they
persuade
are.
this
help you
man?
They are
that?
quite rampant. Yes, in
Yes.
fact, they are quite rampant.
We are more than willing to help you out with that if you can show us where this airship is.
Dr.
Gloffergherkin.
Pickle Man.
Dr. Gloffergherkin.
Sorry, Dr. Gloffergherkin.
Yes.
Please, could you please help us find this airship? I'm begging you.
Make a persuasion check.
I know what I must do. I'm using the thing to get what's it, +6 on persuasion? Hail Divinity, Emissary of Peace. I will grant myself a +5 to persuasion checks for the next 10 minutes.
I'll assist. You have
Okay.
advantage.
Advantage.
Oh, cool.
Still gonna be a 7.
Yeah, he's gonna roll a 2 and a 3.
Natural one
Okay, then.
twice.
So that was advantage, right? So that's
Yep.
A 93.
21 plus. That is a 28.
Okay. Well, I suppose, but it wouldn't hurt if you'd be a little kinder to a middle-aged man like myself. I'm
He's
trying
just
to make
making
my
his way in the world.
Thank you for saying that at
That's-
the exact same time as me. I'm glad we had
That
the same
was-
thought.
Again,
Wow.
it would just be appreciated if you were not as adamant about forcing us to eat pickles.
Oh, no. You can decline pickles. That is okay. It's just I'm a piccologist.
Except
That's
for
my
me.
whole
Except for
job.
me. I wasn't
Very well.
allowed that option.
In any case, I would like to ask that we set out immediately.
Of course. All right. Well, may I get back on your horse?
I never told you to get off. You do what you want, man.
Well, I got off because I was going to. Never mind. I'll get back on. He climbs back on Cricket. All right. So, Paloma, using your skillful survival abilities, you determine it will take roughly 6 days to arrive to the center of Pickle Pines. Thus, we will do 6 days of travel. Just like when we traveled to Ubenberg and then to Oshivester and Hardrox of Exen, we will roll, each one of you will roll at a period of time to determine the outcome of your day of travel. You'll roll a d20, it'll be unmodified, and we'll just go through every day. Should something eventful occur, we'll just go with that. Okay, so who wishes to roll for our first day of travel as we're setting out at dark? All right, I did see Dan's hand, but Riley, I'll let you go second.
Straight D20.
This is too peaceful.
Straight to 20.
Pickle Pines is more mysterious.
Unmodified.
Not one of us
dirty-
kills the pickle
dirty
guy.
20 unmodified.
Please.
Joke's on you. I take the damage.
They 4.
4. Okay. Unfortunate. That's so sad.
He
Okay.
dies.
Unfortunate in a we're fucked, or unfortunate as in nothing
No,
happens.
your worst fears have been realized. Let's just say that.
You need to be more specific than that, Mason.
You make it not but 2 hours into Pickle Pines before you stumble across a rival search party that seems to be looking for airship wreckage. They assure you they are just salvagers looking to harvest the metal, but it does not take that much of an insight to reveal that they are military grade armor and equipment. Perhaps they are Ascopian spies that are investigating, as you are now in Ascopian territory.
Do we just ignore that and move
No,
on?
they stop you. What brings you folks out here too?
We are helping this
collecting
traveling pickle
pickles.
salesman.
I'm sorry, you both spoke at
Pickles.
once.
Pickles. Pickle
Mhm.
man. Pickles.
Yeah, pickled. Yeah, okay, thank you. You don't have to say it multiple times.
Pickles.
Right.
we are
you were
escorting
saying-
this. We are escorting this pickle merchant to his pickle farm to find pickles.
Our piccologist, Dr. Gobblegurkin.
That was so close.
It's Glofagurkin.
Glofagurkin, my apologies. Dr. Glofagurkin, our resident piccologist, is currently in the process of acquiring more pickles for his shop.
Yes, I make pickles. They're delicious.
Makes pickles, but also finds them. I don't.
Yes, would you
Please.
all like to try some? They're very delicious. And
You're allowed to kill
one-
us all.
You know, I'm gonna have you make a group persuasion check or deception check. You
To
can
have
roll
them
whichever
kill
one you
us?
prefer. No, to have you
Persuasion.
hide your intention in Pickle Pines.
I mean, I'm
Oh,
pretty sure it's just-
persuasion.
This is
I
why.
guess it's not a lie.
Yeah, it's just
No,
not
this is-
fully true.
This is why we need the pickle man, because he's a very good decoy and he believes we're here for this. So I mean,
We all get +4 because of Owunul.
Oh,
that saving
no,
throws?
that's
Just
saves.
a saving
Saving
throws.
throws, not
Is this
for this.
persuasion or deception?
Persuasion or deception. You pick and just give me the number when I ask you for it.
Oh, okay.
Paloma.
That's cocked.
Anna. 4. Okay. Sizik.
Oh god.
24.
24. Okay, that makes up
Makes
for
up.
that. All right. Rancor.
18.
18. Evadin.
Dirty 20.
30-20. Altrix.
9.
9. Owunul.
22.
All right. That's a 18 from Janorum, a 19 from Mox, and a 6 from Dr. Glofagurkin.
Are you
Well,
shitting
okay.
me?
He's not good
The
at
man-
persuading people.
A man with the pickles.
Yeah,
Doesn't
um,
can't persuade
Oh,
I feel, like he, I feel like he should have advantage because
Yeah, yeah.
that's
Well,
technically
there's
why he
people
is
who-
here.
Fine. I'll give him advantage. Fine.
Because that is
Tell me you roll
exactly
worse.
why he's here.
It's a little bit better. It's a 7.
There we go. You know what? Fine. Better. Better is better.
Either way, that's still a majority.
However, it's a group success. As they're, a couple pickles here and there wouldn't hurt. We are in Pickle Pines for the namesake. And Dr. Gloffer begins to unscrew a jar of pickles and begins to hand out one of them. And he quietly whispers to Owunul after getting back on Cricket, "Run."
You mean? I do not question his orders. I run.
Yep.
In an unspecified direction.
Well, on the road. Run on the road.
No, I run into the forest.
We're just
Fuck
gonna
you.
move quickly.
Yeah.
The same direction we were already going.
Cricket and Owunul take off down the path. And the guards are like, "Wait." They begin to vomit very intensely. As he poisons them with pickles.
Yep. All right, let's go. Quick. Can I do like a nature check to see if this is like a lethal poison?
Yeah, you can later that evening, once you make headway, you can take a pickle from that jar and investigate it. Do a medicine check. Medicine or nature would be fine.
I'm so happy we brought
All
this
this man
man
needed to
along.
do was give good pickles, and he just decided to give him the death pickle.
He did say he had poison pickles, which
Yeah, he did
was
advertise
interesting.
In
And
acid
acid
pickles.
pickles.
Like
And
these
fire
are-
pickles
this
and
guy-
cold pickles.
This guy chose potions, but pickles.
Yeah, pickle potions.
He's a pickle alchemist.
A pickologist. That's the name.
Yes, he's a piccologist.
That's
So we're just
not-
running?
No,
Yeah, well, I guess.
Alright,
No,
we're-
it's
Yeah,
later
alchemist.
that night we stopped for camp. And apparently Altrix would like to investigate what exactly
Yeah.
was in those pickles.
please.
Hydrochloric acid.
Pickle.
Bleach.
So, Dr. Oh, what's it?
Gloffa Gherkin.
I'm never gonna remember that name.
Gloffa Gherkin.
Gloffa Gherkin.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, Gloffa Gherkin. His name is Gloffa Gherkin. Gloffa Gherkin. Dr. Gloffa Gherkin.
Uh-huh.
The pickle man, Dr. Gloffa Gherkin.
Owunul is saying this to his face like 20 times.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Using all
that's
the
how
note
remembering
cards.
names, okay? Don't bully him.
Owens, what's your
That's gonna be a 19 on the nature.
19. It is not a lethal poison if you're a well-suited adventurer. It would kill a commoner, most likely. But military-grade espionage, they'll probably be fine. Might set them back a few days, but...
So, Mr. Dr. Gloffa Gherkin, what was that back there?
Just a little potion that I whip up, it's put it in my pickles.
Why do you have poisonous pickles?
Well, you never know when you're gonna run into a counter like that in a place like this.
See, the pickle ended up being useful, and you all
See,
doubted
I am
him.
I
valuable.
never doubted Pickle Man. I
Well,
was on
thank you.
your
Do you want a pickle?
side.
You want a pickle? Here's a pickle. Take one.
It's not a poisoned one, right?
Oh no, of course not. I know my pickle's like the back of my own head.
I know. I kid. You know your pickles
Just a
very
normal
well.
pickle.
Yeah. No. Sizik, you gain 1d4 temporary hit points.
Oh, snap.
As we're about to take a long rest.
Yeah, I know, but
Oh no.
I know.
I'm going to sleep inside the siphon.
I have a question
Very well.
for the pickle man.
Yep. Go ahead.
Mr. Dr. Gloffa Gherkin. So, your pickles have some interesting effects. So, I
Yes?
was wondering if you had some that would say, I don't know, boost the power of a holy spell, perhaps?
I'm sure I could whip up a bat. What are you looking for?
Well,
That
see,
exact thing?
So I have this spell, this holy spell, this prayer spell, whatever you want to call it, called Aid. And I would like to make it a bit more, give it a bit more of that pickle oomph. You know what I mean?
Okay. Do you understand that these pickles don't stay good forever, but they do stay good for a long time because they're dipped in vinegar?
Yes. And I am willing to
That'd be
pay
good
for
for,
these. I'm not just asking for a favor. I'm willing to pay for this.
As long as you use them within the next, 15 years, they'll probably be fine.
I sold.
Right.
So
This will be for just the one big pickle. It will be 7 gold pieces. I don't have a huge batch on me because we're looking for pickles right now, and I didn't bring a infinite supply. But here's one.
okay, I will give him 8.
He seems to be pouring like a powder. It looks like cocaine, but I assure you it's not. Into
It's definitely Coke.
he pours it into the jar and then closes the lid and shakes it up and then hands it to you. Business with Dr. Gloffergogan's Pickle Perch on the road.
Very interesting. So what do you call this interesting pickle you have here?
Pickle of better healing
Amazing.
spells. Pickle of better healing spells.
What's next? Pickle a sight?
No, it's
Pickle
the
of
pickle of
sight.
Ultra
True
8.
sight.
Pickle of shoes.
True sight.
Pickle of true sight.
That's how all those guards get
They
that true
are-
sight. They
yeah.
were-
They all just
Pickles.
casually eat pickles of True Sight.
This is so
Yeah.
interesting. So basically, explain. Can you explain the effects of this
No.
pickle to me,
Oh,
Dr.
no.
Gloffergogan?
Go to bed.
No, I want the pickles. You don't understand.
Oh no, your friend is right. It is getting late, and I also need my rest. I gotta get my beauty
Just
sleep
give
to
him
get
a
my head to look
pickle.
like this. So
Okay.
Doctor, you can just give him pickle. You give him
yes,
pickle.
of course. Yeah, here's a pickle to help you sleep.
Okay, Owunul will munch on the pickle and immediately just.
Yeah, you immediately pass out. Just it is the sleep spell in a pickle, is what it is.
He's a wizard. He's just a wizard. What do you mean?
Yeah, he's just gone.
I can imagine this fucker. It just has like a tool belt of just millions
He
of
does. He
pickle
does.
jars.
He has like a satchel and just hundreds of pickles.
He
in
has
different
a
pickles.
Batman utility
They're
belt of
not even in
pickles.
jars, just loose pickles.
Just loose.
His satchel's a
They're
little wet.
labeled. They're labeled, and he goes, "All right, this is good enough. Here, eat that." Okay. Nonetheless, we get a long rest, and
We should have gone to Ubenberg.
Do I get a benefit from
No.
eating a sleep pickle?
You do not.
Pickleberg.
Unfortunately.
Ah,
Who will? I believe Riley. You're gonna roll our second day of travel.
yes.
Okay.
That is a
4 again.
no. It's a 6.
6. Wonderful. All right. The day progresses mostly uneventful, but I need someone to make a perception check.
Not
me.
myself.
I can do it.
Would he?
A visible perception check. I'm sorry, Rancor.
Damn.
I will do
do
it.
apologize. Okay.
Aw,
Oh, did Paloma roll?
Oh, Paloma's rolling?
Can I give
what do you
guidance?
get?
Nothing.
I do it.
Can I
I
give
get a
guidance?
+1 to my perception.
Yeah, you can give her guidance. That's fine.
Okay.
Take a d4.
These are the moments that I miss Nyx, man.
Oh yeah. This like
With
plus
the fucking
15%.
30
It was like-
passive
I think it was
perception.
like
Passive
plus-
perception?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say it was
It was a
28 at the
lot.
end of the campaign. Yeah, okay.
23.
23. That's pretty good. It reveals that someone or something has been shadowing the party, perhaps. What an eerie feeling, as you just feel like you're being watched, but just can't quite place it. Oh well, best get a good night's rest anyway, and get up the next morning and start over again.
Oh my
You
god.
mean, oh well.
Oh well. No worries.
No worries.
If
No
it was
worries.
you,
Am I
sure.
not supposed
all
to
to
mention
anyone?
this?
If you have
You can
worries,
mention it if you want to.
You should address them to Dr. Gloffergogan.
Yeah, I think
Because he
someone's
has
following
the
us.
solutions to all of our.
He had a-
He's
he had a
with
plus-
us. He's not
was a
following
plus
us. He's with us.
17.
About him.
No.
So, what do you mean something's following us?
I felt last night like something was following us.
Mr. Dr. Gloffergogan, do you have a pickle for this situation?
No, but if you don't mind stopping your wonderful horse as he gives Cricket a pat on the head, there's some pickle vines coming up that I frequently, quite often, and they have pickles, and I'd like to collect some.
I will help him collect pickles.
Do
Right.
pickle pine or do pickle vines watch people in pickle pines?
Usually, but sometimes, I guess.
Crow. I want to summon Crow and have Crow basically fly around and just keep watch over our surroundings,
Sure.
see if there's anyone
For
following
sure.
us.
Yep. I will
Absolutely.
also send out Cannibal.
Yep,
Oh,
kind of
God.
circling the area. Yeah, for sure.
So,
Um,
if you have a pickle that has like eyes on it, does it have like special pickle properties?
Who knows?
Pickle.
Oh, best not to ask these questions now.
No. I think it is best to ask these questions now.
No. Nonetheless,
We have a job to do.
if you were anywhere else in Aletheia, such plants would not exist, because they're arcane, they're magical in nature, they're unnatural. But these vines that grow up, these towering pine trees that wrap around the branches and cause them to hang low, they do not grow cucumbers. They grow pickles. Fully pickled cucumbers, already done.
Do they just have
on the
vinegar
vine.
leaking around them? Like
Yeah,
vinegar?
they just drips of vinegar just dropping down.
The grass is dead.
Yeah, well, it's just like wood shavings and pine needles underneath it. And Dr. Glockworker stands up on the back of Cricket and grabs a few off of the vine. Thank you, Pickle Pines. I really appreciate it.
The pines say thank you in a very deep, gravelly voice.
Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, exactly. Nonetheless, who wants to ride for our third day of travel?
I'll do it.
I'll do it.
All right. All of you will get to go
Never mind.
once, so-
Owens can do it. I'll do the
Never
next
mind.
day.
Damn, that's
15.
crazy.
15. All right. Nothing happens. Nice.
Nice.
Yes. Who would like to roll for our fourth day of travel?
I got it. I'll do a green color die in honor
Yes,
of
for the
pickles.
Pickle.
Absolutely.
16.
16. Nothing happens. Nice.
Pickle die.
For our fifth day of travel.
Big Papa Pickle.
Pick a die. Which die?
Black.
I was gonna say the jizz
7.
die.
7. Oh no.
I could have told you you
Owunul
shouldn't roll that.
dies.
Yeah. As you all near, hopefully your destination right in the smack dab of Pickle Pines, occasionally over the tops of the towering pines, you can see an odd sight. Looks like rope. Giant pieces of rope that are dangling. But as you investigate in the sky, perhaps a bit closer, they're not ropes, they're massive chains that seem to drape down from a massive floating island way up in the atmosphere. And these anchors seem to be tethering this island to the ground using these massive ancient chains. How they got there? You're not quite sure. Who made them? Also not quite sure. But it is about 4 o'clock or so in the afternoon, as you're beginning to pass under one of these chains, which seems to lengthen its way over you, before the absolute, deafening sound of what sounds like a gunshot, really, or a loud crack of thunder. And I do need all of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Do I get disadvantage on this?
No, just regular. That's fine.
Everyone who's within 10 feet of me, you get +4 to this roll.
Yay.
I don't know if I need it. Oh, you said con save, right?
Oh my
Con save.
god!
I might
Loses
not
the other
make
leg.
this.
Paloma.
Not 20.
Nat 20 is good. Okay. All right. Sizik.
11.
Okay.
I rolled a 2.
Rancor.
21.
Okay. Evadin.
25.
Okay. Altrix.
19.
19. Okay. Owunul.
Also a 19.
Okay. However, failing is Mox, Cleo, and Pura.
Oof.
So Sizik
Mason-
and those three
Mason,
individuals
you
that I
rolled
named. I did. Dr. Glockworker is okay though, because he had a natural 20. But
Hell yeah!
but Sizik and our other 3 companions, you are deafened by this thunderous roar, and so therefore you will have disadvantage on the following dexterity saving throw, while the rest of our party does not.
Oh no!
I'm sorry, you said
Yeah.
a roar?
Yeah.
It's a pickle dragon.
More like a gunshot or a
Yes.
crackle of thunder. The
A
sound is
pikakin.
roaring, but
A
Yeah, a
pickle
pikakin.
dragon.
So you said
One
deck save now?
yeah, dexterity saving throw from
Pickle
all of
bear.
you. And if I named you, you have disadvantage.
Again, +4
Yeah.
to your rolls. Okay
Okay.
then. Dexterity, you said, yes?
Yes.
Oh god.
Well,
All right, Paloma.
That's
Oh Jesus! I'm gonna use my lucky footwork
25.
at a D4.
25. Okay, Paloma, show off.
Jeez.
you know
All
what's
right,
funny?
Sizik.
Yeah, I forgot. I have evasion.
Hold on. I'm gonna roll a D4. I'm gonna use my lucky footwork as my reaction to added
Okay.
D4.
Or this spring-loaded leg.
Yeah, you know what? It's 13.
13's a fail. All right, Rancor.
Fuck, dude. Oh my
22.
god.
22. Okay, Evadin.
15.
15's also a fail. Altrix.
17.
Also a fail. Owunul.
Also a 25.
Okay, you're fine. Pura is okay, despite its disadvantage. Mox, Janorum, and Dr. Gloffergurken, however, did not do well on that save. If you failed, sorry, one of the chains, that loud popping noise, it's just been weathered for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and metal gives way over time. As one of those chains echoes and it comes recoiling down towards planet and slams into the ground. Now, you're not under the chain directly. However, a massive spray of trees and overturned soil is kicked up as debris, blasting out in both directions, impeding the road behind you. And all of you that failed take a number of damage equal to what I'm about to roll.
I can't
And if
wait
you
to
succeed-
immediately get a long rest.
If you
Mason?
succeeded, however, you are okay.
Mason,
Yes.
however much Mr. McGoffagurkin takes,
Uh-huh.
I'm taking that instead.
Okay, well, that's 36 points of bludgeoning damage.
So
Don't
glad
care,
I came
didn't
back on
ask.
that from a thank you
Yeah.
evasion.
Yes.
Can I also use my feet for that? I
Yeah,
take
sure.
6 damage instead.
Sure.
All right. Do we have to do the con saves?
No,
If
not for this one. Not for this one.
Okay.
You're just thrown to the
Okay.
ground in the blast.
So the city of Anchor is just flying away now,
No,
right?
no, there's multiple chains that it's anchored to. One of them has just given way.
Let's.
And it just snaps occasionally. They go put a new one up.
Usually
I,
they just fall off.
I assume someone heard that up top.
Oh, yeah.
Contractor walks over. Damn it!
I'll fix another one of these
the
stupid
funny-
things.
The fun thing is, I have evasion, so I only took half damage from that.
If you did succeed on that save, though, you take half damage, and if you have evasion, take another half. Yes. Very well.
Wait,
If
so
you have evasion, you don't take any, right?
Yep.
No, you. Oh, yes, that's
you-
correct. Thank you.
But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did take Sizik.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Right.
I did take Pickle Man, so
Well, I mean, I
don't
didn't
know.
take it
It's okay,
out,
guys.
but
We're going
I
to
would've
immediately get
taken
a long
it out.
rest.
Hold on, I need to.
Watch
I need to.
con saves.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, because that was
It's
much
the
more
funny
than
thing,
half.
By the way, with Owunul's thing, I have a plus 12 to my dex.
Yes.
I rolled a 3.
Nonetheless,
Well,
all of you.
I'm
begin
at
to
6
trudge
hit
on.
points.
All of you begin to trudge on for the remainder of the day. And
Mason,
Paloma-
Mason. I would like to immediately. I would like to immediately, prayer of healing.
Sure.
Okay.
So that's 5 creatures. So it'll be myself, it'll be Paloma, and 3 others that took damage.
I took damage.
Evadin. That's 3.
Altrix took damage, right? It doesn't super matter, but
I mean, yeah, technically.
Okay.
And Janorum and Mox.
Okay, I'll get one of those other ones.
Okay.
Was Crow flying at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Everyone
Cannibal's
gets
also okay.
a grand total of 8
Isn't prayer
healing.
of healing? Isn't prayer of healing just a short rest?
What? Oh yes, it also does give you the benefits of a short rest. So if you would like to roll a hit die and you were named, then yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's
can
okay
heal up
because
more.
we're gonna take a long rest here in a minute.
I don't
I don't know how
that.
necessary that really
Yeah.
was, but
thank you though.
nice.
Eh.
Paloma, you calculated 6 days to make it to the middle of Pickle Pines, but you didn't need to go 6 days. You only needed to go 5 and 90% of the next one. Because that evening, you arrive to an area, not necessarily a clearing in Pickle Pines, but more areas where the pine trees are broken at the tips. And as you proceed further into the forest, off the path now, those breaks get lower and lower to the ground, and there are singe marks along the trees that were burned in the crash. Before you find hanging at a lopsided angle of about 20 degrees or so, about 15 feet off the ground at its lowest point, at its highest point, probably 30 feet off the ground, is an airship that has been torn in half and is laying and resting nestled across various pine trees. And
So it's
on
in
the
the
side,
air.
yes, still in the air.
Lovely.
Still smoke, it's kind of smoldering out, even though it's been several days. And on the side that you are approaching, though it is tattered, is the unmistakable blue moon insignia that you have recognized before.
Do we hear or see anyone around?
Not that you're aware at the moment.
Okay,
You've traveled pretty far off the beaten path to get here. I mean, you just
so
traveled,
you said it's 15
quarter
feet
mile.
off the ground?
At its lowest point, yes.
Okay,
The hull is, just to clarify, the hull is at like 50 feet off the ground.
okay. Hey, Altrix, do you have, see, I feel like I remember you using at some point, it was like a little contraption that made a little 5-pound thing go really far.
I mean, I can. Yeah.
What if we tied a rope to the whatever thing whatever thing you did that to, and then we just threw it up there?
Okay, we would then have a 5-pound weight to hold our 100+ pound bodies.
Oh no, can't you just throw something up there yourself?
Yeah, I feel like we could just do a regular grappling hook.
I could throw Sizik
It's
up
15
there.
feet. Like, honestly, we could throw Sizik up there.
You're like 7 feet tall, and are stupid strong.
Sizik also has the
I think-
spin-loaded leg, and he can just jump.
Paloma can
Wait,
jump
wait,
that,
wait.
I think.
Maybe.
What if? Actually, let's just try a grappling hook.
rules
Does
on
anyone
jumping?
have a grappling hook?
I'm just gonna
jumping-
jump up there.
Let's see. Jumping
my leg.
straight up, right there. All right. Standing high jump is equal to half of a running high jump. A running high jump is equal to 3 plus your strength modifier in feet.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's half of that if you don't get a running start.
What if he gets a running start and I boost him up?
Then I'd give you a couple extra feet on there.
3 plus strength modifier if you move it.
I'd make you roll enough.
Immediately before the jump.
So move 10 feet, end on my hands, and then I'll lift you up while you're jumping.
I mean, technically, Owunul would have a better high jump then.
Yeah.
I think,
It's
right?
A better strength modifier. It's still just
That's hilarious.
less.
How high up is it?
15 feet from is where the hull is. To get to the
Hmm.
main deck, it's probably 25 feet or so.
I was just curious what the lowest point is. The 15.
Again, grappling hook.
We don't.
Can we not just do what we did last time, which is we all get in the siphon, Owunul flies us up there?
Or the bag.
I mean, actually, yeah. If we use the siphon, you could just throw it up there.
I could
As
throw it up there. I don't even have to go up there, I guess. But I mean, I probably should. Yeah, sure. We can do that. That surely won't go wrong like it did last time.
All right. We'll put everyone but Owunul in the siphon.
All
And
right.
Professor Gobblegurken.
Yep.
He's
Okay.
not going in the fucking siphon.
Okay,
I will-
That's fine. He'll
So
wait
I
down here.
will-
He's too busy collecting pickles from the nearby pickle vines.
There.
Okay.
Good, but over here.
Sir,
Alright.
do you wish to board the airship with us, or are you just fine dining?
Oh,
with
of
us?
course not. I do not care about airships. I care about pickles. Pickle
But
man
hear me
on
out. Hear me
airships.
out. Hear me out. Your
Owunul.
pickle
No,
empire
Riley, just
could
go
expand
up
so
there.
much far- Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, thank you. I'm good.
What?
I like the ground.
Let him pickle. We're gonna get in here, throw us up, we'll lower a rope.
Actually, no. That would be, I guess, the optimal way to do it, as opposed to me wasting, well, not wasting, but using my ability that I can only use once a long rest. Regardless.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Use the combustion siphon.
Eh.
To get.
Do I have to roll strength for this?
Yes. you do.
Athletics. What?
Yes, you do. It's very low DC, but yes, you do.
There's a chance.
There is a chance. It could be a natural one. Could just slam the siphon into the side of the ship and it just breaks.
If you break my fucking siphon,
It breaks. They
It
will die
blows
if it
up.
breaks.
it can break. It does have hit points.
I will give myself guidance.
Okay.
Watch me rolling too high. It'll be funny. What? Oh my fucking god. I cannot. That dice fell on the ground. I'm so sad. Athletics, yes?
Yep.
That's a 19.
19. All right, you overhand kind of hurl it up there. The siphon kind of rolls before it finds purchase on the nearby banister, not fully rolling off the ship. Altrix, obviously, you inside are aware that it has stopped moving, and you can exit the siphon.
Pop out, grab the siphon, pull lower rope.
Okay. All of you, except for Dr. Gloffergurken, don't have to roll to get up there. It's fine. All of you, including Owen.
Godspeed.
Owunul, you climb up the rope, and also board the airship as well. Again, it's tilted at a pretty substantial incline. There are pieces of cargo that have, been overturned. Contents have spilled out, and a lot of them are missing. At just first glance, there is signs of a prolonged struggle aboard. There are blood streaks, dagger holes, various points where likely, fire from either a spell or from some kind of firearm device was used. There's also just patches of torn cloth ripped on various seams. There was a fight aboard this ship. Not to mention that there are portions of it that have been singed and the floor kind of has caved in. The arcane engine is, not even intact. It's basically detonated at this point, and a long while ago, even before it landed. But nonetheless,
I would like to hit straight for the captain quarters thing.
I will keep watch in case anyone else happens upon us.
Did any... So no cargo fell, down to the ground of the forest?
there are a few boxes that have tumbled overboard. They've all been emptied, though. Either the contents were stolen before the airship crashed or afterwards. You're not quite sure.
But there's still stuff up here, though.
Yes, but it could have also... A lot of the contents have either been stolen or missing or fell overboard.
Okay. 1 second. I have to go take care of that.
Okay, we search
All right.
the ship.
Okay, who's going where?
So I was going to
What
the
Yep,
captain's quarters, looking for ship manifest, diary
Sure.
stuff.
I'll go to the engine to see, try and figure out why it crashed.
I just want to search what's left of the cargo.
Sizik, Evadin.
I won't go into anywhere specific. I'm gonna just wander around, trying to see if there's any hidden rooms or compartments.
And Evadin.
Okay, sorry, could you repeat where everyone's going real quickly? I had to check something.
Rancor is
Sure.
going to the captain's quarters. Paloma is checking out the cargo hull. Sizik is searching for secret passages. Altrix is going to the engine room.
Gotcha. I guess I'll search for if there's anyone alive.
Okay.
Or-
Evadin, it does not take you long before you realize that there is not a single soul left alive on the ship.
Didn't think
However,
so.
there are a few corpses that have been left. And it is super obvious that these corpses did not die from the airship crashing. They were killed beforehand. People have stab wounds in the chest. People are missing arms. Again, signs of struggle. It was an attack. Somebody attacked the ship. And Altrix, when you get to the engine, there is no engine. There is a hole on the backside of the ship where the engine should be. But instead, it looks like it was blown open from the inside, and the engine probably caused that explosion. And there's shrapnel of metal and stone that's kind of stuck in various pieces of the wooden hull.
When Mason doesn't want me to salvage an engine, very sad.
Sorry.
He's like, oh shit, Altrix is going there. Nope.
No, I
Nope,
mean that
nope.
was already planned. It's okay.
No engine. There is none. Nothing
No,
magical.
it's
just
okay.
wood.
You do investigation though. Altrix not going to make you roll, and you realize that someone obviously, the engine didn't just detonate on its own. That was intentional. Someone sabotaged its functionality, and it likely caught fire, and then blew out outside of the ship, and that's what probably started the ship's descent. And for the fire, you can follow the streaks where the fire spread from various areas. But yeah.
All right. In that case, I'll just start looking about the ship for what else is missing.
Okay. Paloma, you get to the cargo hull, and there is cargo, boxes and chests and barrels of various kinds. It was a cargo vessel predominantly. There's not like as many beds as there were, at least not nice beds. It wasn't a envoy. It was meant to carry cargo, and everything that would be valuable is missing. There's remnants of rations, a few mundane items and knickknacks, some rope here and there, but nothing, anything of value is missing. Sizik, make an investigation check to see if you can find any compartments.
Yeah.
Rancor, you are searching through the captain's quarters. Also make an investigation check.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to get a D20 I haven't used yet. Here we go. That's in that 20. It had to happen at some point.
Nice.
That's all.
Nice.
I mean, it's a 22 total,
Yeah,
but it's in that 20.
very nice.
I think I'm gonna use my inspiration to reroll that.
Was it that bad?
Yes.
You have
Is
to
it in that
specify
one?
it. You have to use your inspiration before you roll, not after.
I
Yeah,
thought it's only
it's advantage, not reroll.
That's good.
You get out a D10 though.
I don't think
Yeah.
Oh
I-
wait, no, it's in that one. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So what
Can't
did
you use a luck
roll?
point?
It was a 2.
Okay, that's it.
Very
well.
Why don't you
Well,
just
then-
use a
well,
luck
then
point then?
I was trying to save my luck points, but if I can't use the inspiration to reroll, then I will use the luck point.
In the future, you can use your luck point before you tell me what you roll, not after. I will let you do that now to clarify the rule on that. But yes, inspiration you have to use before your roll. Luck points you can use after your roll before revealing the result. Once you say the number, though, it's set. That is your outcome.
Well,
But it's okay.
ju-
Use your luck
well,
point.
just luck point doesn't specify it has to be before or after.
Yeah, just before you tell whoever you're making the check for what you rolled on that check.
Yeah. Can I also give
That
myself
way you
guidance
can't
or
go
no?
14 and they go, well, and they go, what?
No, you did not give yourself guidance on the first roll, so you can't apply it because the luck point is just a reroll.
All right, well, total that's a mod 20.
You kind of scour through the captain's hull. It is picked clean. Documents are missing. You can tell someone was in here. They ravaged through. They were looking for something, or a number of things, but there's a number of things missing. And unfortunately, nothing of value you can find until Sizik comes in, and he's kind of just poking various things along the wall, and finds a. Sizik, you're small enough to be at eye level with this. A taller person likely wouldn't see anything, but there is a fake wall that with a natural 20. You can see the faintest outline in one of the wooden boards is only 3 feet tall, is capable of being pushed open and turns sideways, and you can actually pass by it. So the sound of the wood as you push it open, and it reveals a small chamber where there seems to be a small desk, a burned out lantern that's been toppled over, and the glass is broken and shattered across the floor. The chair is also against the wall. There are there's someone was drinking water or some kind of liquid, and that has also spilled and shattered on the floor. but kind of pushed off to the side of the desk, there is a parchment that has been torn in half. And actually, you can look through the cracks of the charred wood and tell the fire actually got in here, and just by some stroke of luck, didn't burn the whole paper.
What's on the parchment?
Yes. It reads Shipping Manifest. And it says Pajakin to Agonsvale. And then you read below it, and it reads Ship Manifest Delivery from, and there is a stamp of 2 names. And you recoil. You drop the parchment on the desk, stepping backwards. It couldn't be true. It can't be true. You never thought you'd see those names on a document like this. And that's where we'll end tonight's episode.
Fuck you!
Thank you all for joining us. We'll see you next week as we pick up in this moment. Oh, and before we leave, you all level up to level 8.
Oh!
Fine.
For the pickles.
Yeah, for the pickles.
It was the pickle.
Hell yeah.
We'll be back next week as we begin chapter 7. So you guys level up, and thank you all for joining us. We love you very much. And as a reminder, the adventure continues. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.